All right, that is not what I wanted to see. You know, sometimes OBS just doesn't start up correctly. See if I can reset this capture. There we go. If that happens to anybody else who tries to stream, just go into the source and deactivate it and reactivate it. Can't start the stream and then swap HDMI cables. Okay, let's see. What do we got here? We've got Bevy blockout stuff. Bevy blockout's new. Bevy blockout is see, I think I have the example just sitting here, actually. Do I? No, it's kinematic. There we go. Here's Bevy blockout. Bevy blockout is cool. Bevy blockout is a triplanar blockout mesh, or blockout material. That is world space coordinates, so it doesn't use UVs. So you can use it on anything that you want to. I have been using it for, see if this runs. I was in the middle of testing some stuff. So I've been using it for like blockout levels. I wanted to work on a character controller. So I started putting in some wedges and stuff in Skein, used the blockout material on everything, and then that pulls in like the standard material from the GLTF and applies it to everything. Hey Alejandro, how are you? My if you ever see me reaching under my desk, it's because my keyboard and mouse have a KVM that is mounted under my desk. I don't know why I did it there, but that's where I did it. Excited about character controller stuff. Yeah. The character controller stuff is interesting because there's a lot of people that happen to have started working on a group character controller, a kinematic character controller, like yesterday. So I think that there's a critical mass of people who want a kinematic character controller. A number of people who have been working on them for months, a number of people who are more recently trying to get them to work. And there's kind of like an impromptu working group that's formed in a separate Discord for building kinematic character controllers that ideally at some point will be upstreamed into Avian, I think is the end goal, which is very cool. We are not using that work. That work started yesterday anyway. So because this is more of a learning project for me, I'm gonna build some stuff on my own. We're gonna try to build, collide and slide and gravity and auto stepping and things like that. This is a super simple implementation that I have right now. It's using linear velocity to get the capsule to move for Avian, which is not the right thing that, not the thing that we're going to use. It does some very, very basic, like, if we collided with something, stop. But it doesn't have any restriction around, like continuing to move. So like I could push through the thing that I just hit if I wanted to. So there's some shape casting. Shape casting is literally just a shape caster on the capsule. It's not anything fancy at all. So we basically have a game over in, see if my computer crashed, so I don't have any of my stuff open. Bevy 015 game. What did I call this? Bevy This is me trying to work inside of a... Okay, so if I run this should just run. I think I already have it. We have this game that we were working on last cycle. And it was using Bevy Chinua, which was fine. It wasn't like bad or anything. But in the 0.16 upgrade, we don't get Chinua. And I think that gives us a pretty good time to like build a custom character controller, to like get into character controller stuff. And I think that makes good stream content, and that'll eventually become like a video, right? So the stuff that we're doing on stream will be like figuring stuff out. And then at some point I'll make like a Kinematic character controller video, by which point probably the answer is that there will be something to compare it to as well. If those people working on like an Avian upstreamed Kinematic character controller figure stuff out. But yeah, so we've got Bevy enhanced input. Bevy enhanced input is the input controller, or I guess the input manager, we'll call it, that I think we'll use moving forward. We were using Leafwing input manager. So if we think about the Bevy 0.15 game, we were using Leafwing input manager, right? Leafwing is great. Leafwing still works. There's nothing inherently wrong with Leafwing. It's got a 0.15 version, and I think it will have a 0.16 version fairly soon. But Bevy enhanced input already has 0.16 version. And is kind of like the future, like the people who are working on Leafwing are also spending time on Bevy enhanced input, in addition to other people who are driving the project. And we worked with Bevy enhanced input a little bit last stream. We went through the docs and stuff, so if you're interested in that, definitely check out last stream. I think I'll probably do a Bevy enhanced input like intro video, just because that seems like a good round up or wrap up video. So between Bevy enhanced input being like the next generation, and the fact that we kind of needed to rip all our character controller stuff out to upgrade now rather than in a week or two, and the fact that Bevy Chinua is already a dynamic character controller, right? It seems like a kinematic character controller is a good area to do some work in. Very nice. I guess the benefits of a character controller, or a kinematic character controller, is to have more control. Dynamic character controller would be made to float to avoid unwanted collisions, etc. Yeah, I mean, like, I think that from what I've seen, from all of the resources that I've read and whatnot, basically a character controller can be anything you need it to be, which makes it tough because if you search like, I don't know, even if you just search like kinematic character controller, you don't get a lot of like educational material. You get a lot of like how to use the built-in controller, how to use the built-in controller, how to use the this Nick Maltby person actually built their own open source kinematic character controller, so their videos are kind of good, but it's still not like a tutorial or anything. So it's kind of tough to find all of the things that you would need like for a character controller in general. If you spend enough time looking into it, you figure out things like in this GIF, there's a bunch of platform angles, right? So with a kinematic character controller, you're responsible for all collisions, right? There's no like deferring to the physics system for anything that happens. So should you slide down this slope is a question you have to answer. which means that you need to do things like raycast down. You need to handle, assuming you aren't even walking on the slope, right? Or you're just standing on the slope. You need to do like a raycast down. You need to figure out what the normal of that platform is. You need to figure out whether that normal and that angle is something that you want to slide down. You need to figure out if you're grounded or not, if you should be sliding down it, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's, let's see, there's being grounded. There's gravity you have to implement yourself. There's auto stepping up things like stairs. So like basically if you have a capsule, right, and I think I don't have the other thing running here. But if you have like let's not run the blockout example. If you have a capsule, right, and it runs into this, is that high enough for it to step up? Is that a stair? I think in that case, probably not, but in this case, probably yes. So a kinematic character controller allows you to control it via transform and via linear velocity. So what would happen here is you kind of like teleport more or less up to that platform and then snap back down. And you have to implement all of that yourself. Whereas in a dynamic character controller, this might just work because of the angle of like the capsule at the bottom or whatever. Or if it was a floating character controller, this might fit under or like very close to that floating height. So you would end up just kind of like popping up the ledge. So yeah, basically character controllers super important for a lot of games. Not all of them need like fancy input, I guess. Like not all of them need that kind of level of control and whatnot. The other thing that I was thinking about is like dealing with foot IK for placement on the ground and just animation in general. The source of comparison here is going to be Bevy just because it's like it exists and it's relevant, not because it's good or bad or anything. So where's handle animating? The examples are also massive for Bevy. So handle animating, get a bunch of stuff. You get like whether it's jumping or not, figuring out which action you're in, matching against those actions for everything, and then deciding what animation to play. There's a bunch of speed and things like that, etc. And this is fine, especially if you don't need to like do any programmatic control of the animations or whatnot. But at some point I want to do like foot IK for platforms and stuff, right? I don't want my character just like floating there and whatnot. So the benefit of kinematic character controller is, first of all, a positive and a negative. You have full control, which literally is a positive and a negative, right? You have full control, but you also are required to have full control. You don't get the option to like opt out. Dynamic is really nice for like game jams and stuff. Like Bevy will still probably be the character controller that I use for the Bevy 0.16 game jam. Just because it is so easy to drop in and just get something working. But I think in the long term, the games that I end up really enjoying, right? Let's see, like there's Hades, there's Mario, what was the 3D one? It's not Sunshine, it was Game Switch recent. The one with the ship and the stars, not Wonder. Odyssey. Wow, 2017, huh? Odyssey, let's see what else. Even Zelda, right? Like some of the things for why these games are so enjoyable for me is how the characters behave. And thus, I would like to, for my own games, get deeper into how to make things behave the way that I want them to. And kinematic character controllers seem like the direction to head in for that. So, yeah, it's kind of tough to find a bunch of information. One of the things that I do have, which I think I can, of course, I'm already on this. I started building out a test level. Test level, not super interesting. Camera doesn't even move yet, so, you know, it is what it is. But this is the test level that shows up in that prototype controller environment. It's got a couple of slopes and a couple of, you know, box heights and whatever. I think the box heights are good enough for us to get started. Probably something that is a different level would be nice, but I think that's fine here. Walls, not really super well designed, but the idea for like a collide and slide would mean that like if I was going into this wall from like this box into this wall, then I would have some amount of velocity. That velocity wants to go through the wall, but we need to do multiple shape casts to move it along the side of the wall instead, and then along this side and along this side and whatever, depending on how fast you're going. So yeah, we'll see. This is going to be an adventure in general, especially since I'm using main for Avian. So I have the docks locally. This is actually not 0.2. This is just the local docks for main branch. Kinematic character controllers are something you wanted to play with implementing before it was struggling finding good resources on stuff. Yeah, there's a real lack of like good resources for how stuff is supposed to work. The thing that I've seen other people do is basically there's a bunch of kinematic controllers that exist for, you know, like Unity or Godot or, you know, like, let's see, Godot kinematic controller, right? Actually, one of the things that I've heard about Godot's kinematic character controller, and I don't know if this is true because I've never used it, but basically the physics system that they're using currently is a little bit weird, which makes the character controller code actually more complicated than it needed to be. Which is part of the reason that I understand they're moving to Jolt entirely and dropping their internal physics system. And then Jolt also has a kinematic character controller somewhere. Doesn't look like it's mentioned on the first page of the docs, so I guess that's the architecture page though, isn't it? Let's see, architecture, bodies, constraints, character controllers. So like you end up effectively like reading everybody else's documentation for systems that you don't use to figure out what people even include in these at all. The other thing is that a lot of the ones like in Jolt or like Rapier has one too, right? Rapier has a character controller. And it has some useful information in the documentation, including like, why would you even do this? What are you doing with your life? But these are often like, I don't want to say half built, but they're more like prototypes than they are fully fledged controllers. And I think that's partially because the general sentiment is that you're going to build this using the tools that you're given So like they're gonna provide, like Avian's gonna provide a collide and slide implementation, and you're going to use that to build your own character controller kinematic, rather than like it just working for you out of the box. So I think it's partially that. It's partially that people just kind of like expect you to do what works for your game. And it's partially that it can get kind of complicated in certain respects. You heard there was a good GDC talk last conference, but it hasn't been posted yet. Do you know the name of the GDC talk? I guess we're not really going to be able to like find it, but yeah, would be nice to just find something like a Gafferon Games write up. Yeah, I think that this is the first step in me making a video about kinematic character controllers at some point. I don't know when that video is going to get made. That video feels like a big video, partially because even if you just look at this demo, right, which does basically nothing, right, just to be clear, there's already like raycast visualizations for a lot of things, and there's already a lot of questions, right? Even, and this does basically nothing. It's like, why does it raycast to this point? Well, it raycast to that point because I used the most, how do I frame this? I used the most error-prone collider intentionally, right? So these are all tri-mesh from mesh colliders, which means that they're all thin-walled, they're all hollow, and they're all made out of whatever triangles happen to exist. So the plane on the ground is actually two triangles, which is why that actually like hits for the shape cast, right? And so on and so forth. I feel like explaining things like collide and slide are best done visually, which will also require some dedicated visualization. So I have some code here. It's not any good code. It's just something to get started with. It's got Bevy enhanced input. It's got some other stuff. It's got like a shape caster currently. I think this is going to end up being a spatial query actually. So where are my Avian docs? So shapecaster is a component that you can stick on the entity, right? And it'll just shapecast every frame. And you can just check the hits, right? So we could theoretically just keep using this for our first shapecast, which would be kind of cool because that shapecast kind of always needs to happen. The other thing that we will probably have to use is spatial query. Spatial query will allow us to cast a shape or get shape hits, for example. So cast shape, collider origin, shape rotation, direction. Like this gets very, I don't want to say very low level, but it gets low level pretty quickly. Like in the sense of you start needing to place everything and put direction on everything and et cetera, et cetera. One thing that would be useful actually is instead of just having this mesh 3D, what should forward be? I guess forward should be -Z. What kind of spatial data structure is backing the Avian spatial queries? I don't know the answer to that. This is raycasting, so I don't know that there is Query pipeline cast shape. Let's go to the GitHub repo. Spatial query pipeline is what we're looking for. Spatial query pipeline is a QBVH. I think OBVH is the one that everybody likes. No. Well, that's not what I meant to find. Okay, I'll look at that later. There's a crate for bounding box stuff. Yeah, I don't mind the question though, because it's useful to like actually look into and know what's going on. We don't actually need to care about the data structure, but it's still useful in some sense. So the spatial query pipeline is the thing that gets used. There's a dispatcher, a QBVH, which isn't expanded. So query bounding volume hierarchy or quintessential bounding volume hierarchy is what I'm going with. No. I don't know what QBVH stands for. This is actually a struct, so maybe we can just find the definition. GitHub not helping, as usual. That's the proxy data. Where does QBVH come from? Partitioning in Parry. So we could probably just find this in the Parry docs. Let's not do that. Why are the Parry docs not built? Parry, where's Parry? Parry 3D. There we go. Parry docs. Not the docs that I wanted. I kind of wish that that was not a... I wish there was a hard-coded link to docs.rs there. Because I just want to read this. Quaternary bounding volume hierarchy. Bounding volume hierarchy where each node has either 4 children or none. So the structure here is a tree where you either have nothing or you have 4 children. Query Scardy video. Quality beef vaguely heated. I said I should have just read chat. It's very useful to see the process and to research, get an answer. Yes. I think the only thing you won't see me do on stream is people make video content that is useful in some cases, and I won't watch that on stream. I'll watch that off stream. So the other thing is if I need to read a paper or something, I'll probably in general read the paper off stream. Papers tend to be pretty dense. If you search for collide and slide, for example, this video is probably the one that you want to watch to understand what it is. But the paper is actually this one. This is the original, or not the original collide and slide paper, but it is the collide and slide paper that everybody refers to. And this is great. It covers collision detection and collision response and stuff. It also covers like vector spaces and what they are and what a basis is and how do you take something that is an ellipsoid and squash it and the space around it into a sphere so that all of the collision math is easier. But when it comes down to it, this is a paper that describes um, collide and slide for arbitrary triangle collision, right? Um, so at the end of the day, reading this paper gives you interesting background, but it's significantly lower level than is going to be useful if you're using like Avian, right? Because you aren't really going to be colliding against arbitrary triangles. So while all of the high level topics are relevant, right? Like original position, if you're moving horizontally against a slanted wall, then your second cast needs to be along the wall. Like that makes sense, right? But all of the details in this paper are very much about like if you hit multiple triangles. Yeah. There's also a follow-up paper to that to fix some of the numerical inconsistencies. But yeah. I think you've seen you do that before, but always love when any helpful white papers and stuff gets linked in the description. Yeah. I try to link everything as much as I can. One of the reasons that This Week in Bevy doesn't link everything in the description is because there's an entire website dedicated to linking stuff, right? Like linking stuff so important that there's an entire web page dedicated to all of the links kind of thing. Yeah, that might help to understand the universe of what rapier, parrier, or Wiccan, the laws of the universe. Yeah, to some extent. I think even if you're working with Avian, right? Parry is the collision detection library. So like if you're working, even if you're working on Avian, unless you're rewriting parry, which John Dolph is doing, right? I forget what they named that library. It was something nice. It has a really nice name, but I don't remember what it is. But anyway, parry is not going to be the underlying collision detection library for Avian forever. I think it's going to get a new one. But again, like unless you want to dive into like parry's implementation of specific kinds of colliders, then the details of that paper aren't super important. Like the high level is cool, scan it, you know, read the sections, figure out what's going on. But not terribly important. You can also use parry by itself. That's so funny. That is so funny. So this is the docs page. This is the docs that link from crates.io. And the docs from crates.io have like 3 sentences and a cargo install, and then it links to docs.rs. That is so funny. But yeah, if we go to partitioning and we go to QBVH, let me see what that is. So I'm not going to get into like how the QBVH works or whatever, but suffice it to say that there is a structure there. You can find it. You can look into it if you want to. Let's see, where were we? QBVH, spatial query pipeline, dispatcher, maybe something else worth knowing what it is. Query dispatcher comes from parry query. Oh, parry again. So it's interesting. It's interesting that the spatial query stuff from Avian is basically just like a pass through to parry, more or less. So intersection test, distance, contact. This looks like the interface for actually doing the actual casting. So spatial query pipeline, the thing that we're eventually going to get is a data structure that is a tree of either 4 children for each node or 0, a dispatcher that handles the actual casting interface. Again, query dispatcher, we know it's a trait because it says dine here. And then proxy data. I don't know what proxy data is. I don't know how important proxy data is. It's nice to not store so much duplicate data. Should we just query the ECS? I don't know where the proxy data comes from. I don't know exactly what this is trying to store. The documentation here doesn't include what this is supposed to be. It is pub, but the fact that there's nothing in the code makes me feel like there won't be anything else for us to look at here either. Right? Like if I search here, we don't really get anything. It's just the comments come from the code is kind of what I'm getting at. So we've got shape casting, we've got ray casting, point projection. Spatial query filter. We're using a shape caster currently. That's kind of just something you can configure with a number of max hits. This doesn't do collide and slide. Like it doesn't, if you do a shape caster cast with this component, it will go straight, right? Whatever direction you send it in, it will just keep going in that direction. It'll tell you how many things it hits. If you have like max hits 10, it'll give you those hits back. But otherwise, this is a single hit by default in a single direction, and so on and so forth. Oh yeah, links aren't needed in the case of something like This Week in Bevy that has more formatted table of contents and stuff. Yeah, but that's the reason it exists too, right? Like the links are important. I try to do chapters when I can and things like that. So really all of that is, as long as I have time, it'll happen. If for some reason I don't have time, that's when it gets cut. That's cool though. Looks not too difficult to re-implement the query pipeline to use a different spatial data structure. Yeah, if you have something like super specific for doing spatial queries and stuff, I'm not going to say it's easy, but it's possible. You know? So the other thing that's interesting is somebody was mentioning this in the Avian 3D or Avian Discord channel inside of the Bevy Discord. They were basically saying that visualizing spatial queries is not something that comes by default. So we may end up having to draw our own gizmos, which will be interesting. That shouldn't be too hard, but if we get something wrong, then our visualization is wrong, not the implementation kind of thing. So I'm thinking there's either cast shape predicate, sorry. These are probably the things that we'll need for collide and slide. I'm assuming cast shape would be good enough, but let's check out what the other ones are too. Cast a shape with a given rotation, computes the closest hit. If there are no hits, none is returned. So if we cast shape, given our direction, so direction is important because direction means that before we can actually get into casting shapes, we have to be able to let the player control the direction they're facing in. So that'll be something that we actually have to do. Let's, I guess, make a note of that in our little kinematic character controller thing. Notes. So we want player direction is kind of one of the first things we need to do. Gravity is something that we will need to do. Gravity is not going to be handled for us. I don't think that gravity is something that we actually have to handle right now. Just because we're working on a plane and I've made it a plane by intentionally, right? Like the thing that we're running on right now, we don't have to deal with gravity until we deal with stepping onto things that are not like on the plane that we're on. So we can kind of kick that down the road a little bit. Yada yada. Shapecast config, filters, etc. Spatial query. I think the shapecaster is interesting too, from the perspective of we probably always need to be casting this shape. Trying to think of situations in which we wouldn't want to. There's other things as well. There's, what is it? GDC building a better jump. This talk is pretty good in terms of like, how would you want to actually define a jump that would then work? And I think that we could implement some of this for our jumping. I think that our shape cast is probably going to be based on, I'm thinking about our very first shape cast. Our very first shape cast is going to be based on like the direction that our character is moving in. Right? Like the velocity of the kinematic character controller. So if we use the shape caster struct, right, which is the thing that it repeatedly recommends in the docs. If we use the shape caster struct, then we would need to update this direction every frame. And then we would still, I think, if the shapecaster here returned any hits or no hits. No hits is fine. We don't do anything in that case. We just move. But if it returns any hits, that's how we determine where we're going to go. So I think we're going to have to use cast shape a bunch anyway. So maybe we write everything in terms of cast shape instead of using shapecaster. Especially because shapecaster won't handle the second query. Yeah. If you want more control and don't want to perform shapecast on every frame, consider using spatial query. I think that we're just going to use spatial query from the get-go. I don't think that we want to use the shapecaster. I think we could force the shapecaster in like for the first query, but we don't really need to force it by any means. Okay, so what is the predicate? A function called on each entity hit by the shape. Shape keeps traveling until the predicate returns false. That's interesting. I wonder if that'll ever be useful. It's nice to know it exists. I don't think we need it to start with. I think we'll stick with spatial query cast shape. Shape hits. What's the difference between shape hits and cast shape? Cast shape gives the closest hit, and shape hits gives max hits. So the only difference between cast shape and shape hits is how many hits it can calculate. Is today Skein or game stream? Today we're doing character controller to start with. There's another thing that I want to do at some point that will be arrays support for Skein, and I didn't know which one I was going to work on, and I might switch later in the stream. But I think we're just going to do character controller today. But a bunch of people have been asking for arrays in Skein. Or not a bunch of people, 2 people specifically have asked for array support in Skein, or asked about array support in Skein. So I think it's time to tackle that as well. Yeah. So I think we're doing character controller on the stream. I think arrays are something I'll do probably later. But I didn't know what I was going to do when I started. So I don't know. It depends on how far we get with the character controller stuff. So let's start with spatial query. I think that this shapecaster is useful, but I don't think that we're going to end up actually using it. I'm already maintaining that shapecast direction. This, I don't think, comes from anywhere. dir3 new velocity, linear velocity. So I'm using linear velocity for the player right now. I don't really think that that is the right approach. So I started building out like a KCC velocity with a vec3. So this is what we're going to end up using actually. Let's be good citizens and just reflect our stuff here. So maintain shapecast direction. This is no longer going to run because I just got rid of the shapecaster. So let's get rid of that. Keep our semicolons aligned. So we've got our kinematic rigid body, we've got a capsule collider, we've got our Bevy enhanced input actions, which is just the movement right now. We've got collision events enabled, which is another interesting note. I think that this is interesting. But I wonder how useful it's going to be. So collision events enabled in main on Avian means that every time you collide with something, it fires an observer. So this is the observer right here. If I don't blow my stuff up. So this is the observer here. This triggers on collision start. Thus, when it hits the side, you see that it starts colliding. This is okay. You can see every time I hit that, it just fires again. You can immediately see that there's other issues here where like, it is technically, I can't move the camera because I didn't put camera control movement in here. But the issue here is that the capsule is actually like slightly inside of that collider. And thus, every separate collider gets a collision. So I don't actually know if this observer is going to be useful. Because theoretically we could use it, right? So we could do linear velocity, we could do on collision start. When it actually hits something, then we try to move it into the right position. But I think that we don't have enough information in this observer to actually do the things that we want to do. I was kind of hoping that we could because the observer APIs are kind of nice. Like in general, I do like this. I'm just gonna let it log out the collisions for now. So let's do a new system down here. And we'll call this, I don't know, movement or something. We get our spatial query. We get our, I guess, characters, because theoretically this could apply to more than one. Might as well write it to support multiple from the start. The only difference there will be like a for loop instead of a single. In this case, it's going to be pretty specific though. Let's see. I guess we'll need a specific component. Right, so instead of velocity here, we'll do, let's make a kinematic character controller. Right, right now it's just a label. It doesn't really do anything. We're gonna say this is our kinematic character controller. I guess we can add this as a required component now. So we can set some defaults using required components. Let's look up the required component syntax. Go to the component docs. Search for require. Right, this is require B, which is not what we want. We don't want the defaults. We want our own. So need to remember this syntax. So I think actually we're good. This syntax slightly changed from the, like, during the RC process. This got cleaned up to be more like Rust. So I think we're good with this. I think this works. Let's just see if it does. Query down here is an issue because I messed up. Movement is never run, so it doesn't matter at this point. So nothing's breaking, at least. You can see that the collision that I had in that observer is no longer there. So because we were using linear velocity to get like something started, and using an observer to set that velocity from the input, we don't have a stoppage, if that makes sense. I would really be interested in, like, we have apply movement here, right? And this triggers fired move. This sets linear velocity on the player. I don't think we want to do that. I think we want to set like desired direction, maybe. Let's do basically this. And this will be, I was thinking about this earlier and I don't know what I want to call this. This can either be like desired direction, or I guess last player input is also interesting. Right? Like, we have input, that input comes in from some input device, controller, keyboard. We get events that effectively read that input from that number of stuff. For our character controller, we can have components that are kind of like the user is actively pressing movement or not. I think that this becomes a little bit interesting and a little bit complicated if we use the observers here. One of the things that comes up immediately is basically like, if you use observers to fire movement events, then those movement events don't fire when there's no input. So you can't, based on the user's behavior, set like the component value for the movement. You have to be reacting to the user pressing something. There's some kind of input buffering here, right? Or do we have to do that ourselves? I forget. Inputs, buffer. I forget if we have to do that ourselves or not. Hey, Krads, how's it going? So I do think that we are going to end up with that intermediary layer between the input method and the character controller anyway. Which is interesting because I feel like there should be some way to directly interface here. But getting Bevy to run in the right order is so painful. I don't know that I agree with that. What do you have? What do you use? I guess. Why do you find it painful? What are you running into? I feel like if you have multiple things that depend on each other so harshly that they need specific ordering all the time across your entire application, that's kind of indicative of you have one event stream with messages from the server, player connect, player spawn, player disconnect, etc. Okay. But if you have one event stream, then you can just process the events in order. Right? Like if you have an event reader for all those events, then those events come in order, and thus you can process them in order. And even if you use observers on top of that, everything runs in order anyway, right? Even if the thing that you do with that event stream is trigger a bunch of observers. Issue is different event handlers for different things like player spawn interacting with a player disconnect. Why would a player spawn interact with a player disconnect? Those things feel completely separate. Right? Like if the player tries to spawn and there's no player, then it doesn't do anything. Right, but the player disconnect fires, you despawn everything related to that player. The player spawn fires, and it doesn't have anything to work with, so it doesn't do anything. Right? I'm completely open to the idea that this is like more complicated, but okay, input modifier, accumulation. So we're already doing accumulation, which is interesting. for input actions. So I don't think we need to worry about accumulation, which is cool. Desired direction, should that be a separate component? Like, desired direction, dir3, right? And then desired direction has a default when we spawn it, which we haven't implemented, which I think we can just derive because be a good citizen again and reflect that. Does dir3 not have a default? That's really interesting. I would have thought dir3 defaulted to 0, 0, 0 or something. I guess it has to be normalized and it has to exist, right? Let me get rid of this half-written query. Yeah, default is not written for dir3 because dir3 has to... Like, dir3 can't be 0, 0, 0 because it has to be a normalized direction vector, right? And 0, 0, 0 is actually invalid. Is that correct? If the length of the given vector is 0, very close to 0, infinite, or nan, it's an error. So that's kind of like sum. Well, doesn't query only update once per frame? If a player spawn happens, which creates an entity, then if player disconnect happens... Doesn't query only update once per frame? That feels weird. Why would query update once per frame? You can definitely force things to like sync if you're running into that issue, right? Like if you there's this thing called apply deferred, right? Which basically gets inserted all the time by default. But if you have a bunch of commands that you need to sync, that you need to like make sure have happened before the next thing happens, you just get the applied deferred, which I think is now capital A. Applied deferred is now this. So you could throw this in between your stuff and like commands will be up to date, right? You can force things to happen at specific points. Bevy tries to do this automatically. It works in most cases. But if you are doing something where you specifically need everything to have synced before you run your next thing, you can throw this between those two systems and everything will sync at that point. Sync is the wrong word, but you can read the docs. And I think that handles, actually don't quote me on it, handling observers, but there's definitely also flush commands, or not flush commands. I don't think they're commands. Flush, and I don't know if we've unified flush in the other one. I don't remember what the other one was called. But flush is queued entities and commands. So like if you have access to world, you can just flush stuff. If you're trying to do player spawn and player disconnect in the same system, this changes nothing. Yeah. But if you're doing it in the same system, then you should have access to all the state that you're modifying anyway, right? Like if you're doing it all in one giant loop, right? You have one event buffer, you have one event reader, it's all in the same system, you're doing all your processing in one system, then you should just have access to everything. And if this is network related, you might want world access anyway. If this is like trying to like make sure everything is up to date as it needs to be, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, Hukasu's correct. If you're trying to change things between two iterations of a for loop, apply deferred won't do anything. It's between systems. But again, if you're doing things between two iterations of a for loop, you already have all the information you need to do whatever you want to do, right? If you execute a player despawn or a disconnect, sorry, and then you execute a player spawn, you know, because you just did the disconnect, that you did a disconnect and that you have to handle that disconnect when you spawn, right? Unless you throw everything in observers and then etc. Okay. Let's get back into character control stuff. So dir3 can't be 0, nan, or infinite. So if I want this to be our desired direction, then this kind of has to be none, which feels really weird. I'm trying to think about the behavior there. If maybe we just pick a direction. Trying to think of all the use cases in which we would need a desired direction, which is like spawning after player input. I think before player input is the only place at which we would have issues. I want to derive the desired direction from the velocity, so maybe we don't even need this as a component. If there's no input velocity, then the desired direction is whatever you spawned at. Fun thing that bit you last time is you used commands trigger inside of a trigger. It doesn't get processed until the next frame. That is not true. If you use a command inside of an observer, it recursively processes immediately, right? If you have, let's go for main. If you have like commands.trigger some event, right? And then in your handler, which is a trigger on some event, you have commands.trigger some event, you will Stack Overflow this frame. You will Stack Overflow immediately. Right? Which is kind of like provable that it doesn't wait. You know? One of the key features of observers is that they can do that recursive call. Right? So if you do something like this, right? And you've got some event and you've got A, right? And you've got B or whatever. Excuse my bad typing. If you fire some event A and B, and then this fires like, I don't know, let's say like 4 more some events and then stops. I'm not going to write the code for it, but imagine it does that, right? It triggers some event recursively like 4 times and then stops. Like you're counting down from 4 or something. All of the some events will fire and process before A does. All of them, guaranteed. So it'll be some event, all of the recursive some events, A, B. Yeah, dir doesn't have a default because dir 000 is invalid. Dir x would be, I think dir x, I don't know about contentious. I don't know that I really intend for this to be used by other people, right? Like, I don't know that I'm going to publish a kinematic controller crate. If it gets to a point where it is useful, then yeah, sure, I will. But that's later. That's not now. I think choosing Durex is fine. That will result in just like anything that we spawn in immediately facing Durex, which feels like the wrong solution, but is fine for now too. Maybe it's because you were calling app trigger. Negative Z is fine too. Yeah. Like negative Z is just as good, right? I think it's arbitrary, honestly. So instead of this, we could do we still want default? I think so. So this is fine, right? You were calling app trigger from outside of the application? Yeah, I mean, if you're... Is that even... Is that even an API? I don't think that's an API. App trigger is not an API. It looked weird to me when you wrote it. Maybe you meant world trigger? I don't think app trigger exists. Triggers the event which will run any observers watching for it. Yada yada yada. If you need to use the event after triggering it, use trigger ref. Sure. There's nothing about this that leads me to believe that it behaves differently. But if you're doing something from... I guess if you're doing something from outside of the Bevy app and you're trying to communicate over channels, then who knows? But my assumption would be, because of the way that observers work, is that even if you were doing something like over a remote protocol and like channeling it into the app, that as they hit, that's the order they would execute in. Let's just call this casting, I guess. I'm trying to get a little bit of code written. You switched to using channels later, yeah, but previously it was an app. Yeah, I mean, if you're doing an app where you're not calling run and you're using world trigger and flush, that almost sounds like a test. If you're trying to like manually iter frames, then you do need to be like making sure that you're calling flush and stuff. Like that's just if you're gonna effectively half implement your own runner, is what that is. Then yes, you have to make sure that you actually run the app. And at that point, I think not all bets are off, but yeah, if you're going to implement your own runner without implementing a runner, then yes. Okay, so let's do add systems, fixed update, casting. Where should we be doing this? I don't feel like I know offhand. I feel like it should be in the physics system somewhere, but I don't know exactly where. One of the things that I would like to do is get more familiar with the Avian schedule. Responsible for advancing the physics simulation. This is run in step simulation. So we've got physics set, prepare, step, sync, main phases, scheduling our own systems before or after physics is run. You pushed a PR that allows using Winit plugin and with window plugin disabled that might help with headless. Nice. That's dope. Yeah, calling app update or something like that sounds better. Right? Like calling the things that like otherwise would normally be called rather than trying to piecemeal it together feels better. Why would you use Winit without a window? Disabling Winit is kind of annoying. I think that theoretically, right, if you could do a Bevy application with as few changes between headless and non-headless as possible, I think that's really useful. I don't know what Hikasu's original motivation for the Winit plugin, window plugin stuff was, but to me, anything that requires fewer changes from the user perspective feels good. Okay, so we've got prepare, initializing rigid bodies and colliders and updating several components. Advance by running step set. Sync physics to other data. It says keeping position and rotation in sync with transform. I feel like position and rotation are the source of data for that. Physics schedule, step set, sub-step schedule, post-process collisions. First broad, narrow, solver. I think the observers for the like on collision start run in the narrow phase, if I remember correctly. Spatial query is interesting. Does this mean that if we... Let's read, actually, before guessing. Physics schedule, first, empty by default, cool. Broad, narrow, solver, report contacts, so this is collision events. Sleeping, spatial queries, and last is empty. So we can run before this or after all of this easily, or in any of these phases, but runs at the start of the physics schedule, empty, responsible for collecting pairs of potentially colliding entities. I guess if we are doing our own shapecast or shape query, was it responsible for spatial queries like raycasting and shapecasting? So if we run a spatial query, then this has to run after everything. Is that reading that correctly? This is raycaster and shapecaster. So my question is, are we opting out of this entirely, or should we be participating in this? And reading this makes me feel like I need to just spend some time reading through the Avian code. This is also one of those things that like doesn't have immediate answers. Okay, so we got physics set, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe we just completely ignore this for now. Doesn't matter at all. We just run it in fixed update, and if we see some issues, we debug them later. So spatial query. This is some random shape. We would prefer the collider that we have on the kinematic character controller. So let's go for with character controller collider at minimum, right? So we're looking for any colliders that have a kinematic character controller attached to them. We probably also need the global transform. That feels interesting as well, in the sense of, I think physics wants to be from the global perspective in general, like Avian wants to be from the global perspective. So just committing to that feels right. The only downside I can think of is if we aren't doing, how do I frame this? If we don't end up with like a diff, then we have an issue. I think if we do the global transform and we do all our math in global space, and then that diff should just apply naturally to the transform of whatever we're working with. So I think we're going to be fine. But I think we want to be working with global transforms, just in the sense of like physics wants to have a global view on everything. The other question I have is, do we need to use global transform, or would using position be better? Global position of a rigid body. So like position should be filled out, right? It's used internally and kept in sync with transform. So if we work with position, then we don't need to worry about transform as much. Your original intent was having render plugin work without WinNet plugin. You just got in the crossfire eventually. Yeah. Yeah. So we're allowed to use position. And because we are working with Avian, maybe this just makes sense in general rather than grabbing global transform. Rarely needs to be used directly in your own code, as transform can still be used for almost everything. Doesn't specify if we want to run in sub-step schedule, which I don't think that we actually can. Right? No, this is not the right. This is a different schedule. Pre-substep, substep, post-substep, restitution, apply translation. I feel like once we start writing out a bunch more of these systems, that we're going to find places that they make sense to put in the schedule. So maybe we just kick it with position for now. And if we run into an issue, then we run into an issue. I want this to run for any kinematic character controller that we have in the scene. While we are going to use this for a player character controller, technically character controllers can be used for moving platforms or a whole bunch of other stuff. So it's reasonable that this would be more than one. So we've got collider and position. That's shape, right? Position. I guess position is, or not position, but the origin. Where's origin? Cast, shape, shape, origin, rotation. That should be global. That feels right. Right. Position here is a position, and position has what, and origin takes what. Let's do cast shape. Cast shape, shape, collider. Origin is just a vector, which is interesting. Shape rotation is an quaternion. I don't think we care about the rotation. I think the rotation will always be default. Direction, we're just going to have default for a second. So we end up with I guess not collider.shape. I guess this is already a vec3. What's position? This vector is going to be a vec3. This vector is kind of like a type alias for Avian 2D versus 3D. Position has the vector inside of it, so position just dereferenced. Or I guess maybe it doesn't implement dereference and we have to do .0. Interesting. Rotation quat default is fine. I think we can leave this written like that for clarity purposes. Direction, we have desired direction, right? So let's use that. Maybe we don't use desired direction for this in the future, but let's implement deref for this. I guess it doesn't work there. Is that because it's already a reference? Yeah. So it's a reference, we dereference, we get the desired direction, we dereference again. Technically, we get the dir 3. I don't love that. Yeah, I mean, it's just like the alternative is doing like desired direction .0, and then I don't even think we need the dereference. So maybe we don't do deref mute because we don't really need it, and we'll just live with .0. You once got to Rust programming as Grand Theft Auto star wanted levels. I once got to 4 stars. So I think this goes infinitely, distance-wise. So we've got shape hit data, entity, distance, 0. Distance 0 is suspect, very suspect, as in like we're hitting ourselves kind of suspect. I wonder how cursed code you could write if you really wanted. Oh, absolutely cursed. What's the file called in the Rust compiler? Um, uh, what's that file called? Cursed. I'm just gonna search for cursed code. There's a file specifically in the Rust compiler tests. Rust compiler code. God, I can't remember what the file name is. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. They have a dash in their name, don't they? Tests. Compiler tests. Assembly. Not the ice. The ice stuff isn't what I'm looking for. I'm looking for. There's a specific file that is basically just a file of extremely cursed code. Yada yada. I can't remember where the file is though. It's just a really interesting file to look at, which is why I'm spending any time looking for it at all. I can't remember what it's called. Bounds. Complex. Complex is not what I'm looking for. Scoping section, load UI, bounds, new lambdas, non-send. There's so much code in here. You can. That's what I'm looking for. Weird expers. Weird expers. That's it. This is it. Weird expers is let's take a look at this. Here's zombie Jesus. Loop while return, if return, match return, one, if return, return. Dots. Dots is a great one. Here's a U8. Here's a wonderful U8 example. What else do we have here? Special characters. This is kind of what you were looking for. What value does this print as? What else do we have? We've got yield. We've got monkey barrel. Monkey barrel's a good one. Does this UTF-8 continue? A deref for struct foo with a target that's a function that derefs to closure that you can then just call infinitely. Got the semi. Yeah, anyway, This is like the kind of edge case where it's like, yeah, technically this works syntax wise and whatever. But please never write any of this code in production. These are like compiler tests, right? Like, don't. It's not like you should be writing this in any way. It is the compiler needs to compile this. Anyway, Weird Experts is a wonderful, wonderful file. A good test for tree sitter too. Okay, max distance 100 for the shapecast config. So negative Z. Can we get a... Anyway, the filter is what I was looking for before I got sidetracked. My bad. Cast shape. Cast shape query filter. Mask and excluded entities. So is the excluded entity set recursive? Can we just do the root? We could add our stuff to a collision layer, but I feel like for now, excluded entities is the easier path for us. As we get into building out like an actual character with like some model and animations and whatever, I'm sure that this will become slightly different. Or I'm not sure that it'll become slightly different, but it could become slightly different. So let's grab entity in our character. And let's say spatial query with excluded entities entity. And we don't have entity in our loop, so let's grab entity from our loop. And then hopefully that's enough. And then this will... So now we get a distance of 6.5, which is much more reasonable. So we get to exclude our entity from that. How is FNR match valid? Because match is a keyword, so if you put R hash in front of it, you are opting out of using the keyword because it's a raw identifier. The same way R hash type is. R hash type is the same kind of thing, right? I wouldn't I wouldn't use R hash match in my code. I wouldn't write a function for R hash match. That sounds awful. I would rewrite that to be literally anything else. Yeah. So if you what is it? If you have a struct and it's something, right? And I have type string, right? Type doesn't work here, but if I write R hash type, it works. And then when you're accessing this, you can do R hash and you get type the field or type the variable, not type the keyword, which is very cool. It's a nice little bailout, honestly. It's hard when you're making a multiplayer game and need to refer to matches. You mean like games or like other kinds of matches? Sessions, games, rounds. Yeah, I mean, I get it, but also I think I would start qualifying the word. Like match doesn't tell me actually anything about it, if that makes sense, right? Like if you say we're playing a match, right? Or this is a set of matches, um, I can make assumptions about what that means, but that really depends on what sport or what game or whatever you're familiar with. So it actually doesn't tell me anything about what that actually means, right? There's probably somewhat of a better name. Okay, so our filter works. Let's just throw this filter in down here because I don't really see a reason to have these things out separately. Feels weird. Leave the comment because comments are always nice. I mean, that is what the function does, but, you know, always nice. So let sum equals this, else continue is what we'll do. I find myself not using the question mark for error handling. Not just in see if this stops when I game match could work, but the issue is that match also includes a lobby match. Like matchmaking? Right? Like a game match and a match make and a like those are all different things. Well, the matchmaking does is a match, yes. That like is a really great indication of the issue. Because the matchmaking does is a match, but you could mean that it is the match with the other players that is the match, or the game itself that you have match made with other players to play as the match. In that sentence, both are valid. This is why I'm saying like overriding the keyword is not necessarily any better than using any other word. Does shapecast return all viable hits or just the first? Cast shape returns the first. There is another function that will return n number of hits or up to a max hits. So this distance is probably actually too far. It doesn't really make sense for us to match things that far away. So let's do gizmos, right? How are gizmos supposed to work these days? At some point, probably we throw in our own gizmo configuration, but I really don't want to do that right now. I just want to gizmo. And then we know this is going to be a capsule, so I'm just going to use a capsule. If we have one. I actually don't know if we have one. Maybe we don't have one. That would be unfortunate. Rounded cuboid. Rounded rectangle. I guess we're down to 2 spheres and a cylinder. Do we have a cylinder? No, we don't have a cylinder. 2 spheres and a rectangle? 2 spheres and a vertically extruded you can have one by adding a primitive gizmo. I didn't know we had primitive gizmos. Thank you. So the primitive then, could I just throw our collider? No, we probably need to build a... I know that the current mesh that we're using is a capsule. That doesn't necessarily mean it will always be a capsule, but let's just hard code this for the moment, I guess, and we can always come back from that. Let's go with like, I don't know. Sky 400. I don't think we have any of the tailwind colors pulled in yet. Capsule, apparently not what I wanted down there, by the way. So probably need the... Let's see what we actually need. Isometry, not in this scope, obviously. Oh, it needs to be a reference. Okay, let's do primitive. Should be in here somewhere. Apparently is not in here somewhere. Cool. Take a look at that. Curve 2D. That's really it. Oh, we can build extrusions? That's cool. Bounding box, primitive 3D. We just need the transform. The gizmos docs are quite scattered due to trace and stuff, I guess. Most of the gizmos are in that one file. I think the primitive is the only one that didn't exist. Maybe I just didn't see it. Maybe I scrolled past it or something. AABB.center is what? To me, that says vec3, but I don't know. Center is a vec3a. So it'll be position.0.into, I think. And then the question is, unknown field, so position.into. No field 0 on type function that takes a vec3 to position. Because I did capital P. I guess vec3 into vec3a doesn't have a from implementation. Oh, into isometry 3D. That's what we really need. So what does an isometry 3D have implementations for? Rotation and translation. Isometry 3D from translation seems like it would be good. And then our, hey Anders, how's it going? And then our color for primitive 3D is supposed to be what? Into color. Oh, so maybe we don't even need that into. So it's trying to double into, which is why the type system doesn't quite know what to do with it. Position 0 is not what we want to do here. Also, I don't know why I wrote position 0. This is going to be what, first hit dot the closest point on the shape that was hit, the closest point on the shape that was cast. The outward surface normal, sweet. That's really useful. The distance, we don't get a position of any kind. So we have to rebuild it. So it'll be distance as an F32 will be direction times time. This far in the desired direction in this case. But probably has to be, I don't know, actually, do we get, what type do we get back from this multiplication? Vec3, perfect. Distance times dir gives us a Vec3, which is cool. So theoretically, yeah, there we go. It is always shooting from global center, which is interesting. Interesting that it's kind of flashing between global center and other spots. So our yeah, shapecast origin for the visualization. Yeah. So this is position dot 0 plus distance times direction. So distance in our case is kind of like time. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. So now this is where our collider for our shape query is getting pushed. It's a little weird that this is so flashy, but the one for Shapecaster was flashy as well. So I'm not too concerned about it being flashy. So our Gizmo is rendering, our Shapecast is happening. All that's cool. Our Gizmo is a little bit unstable, which feels weird. I don't know if that's inherently because of the system that we're running in or something else. I don't think it particularly matters. Let's make this the first hit Gizmo position, right? And then let's do another Gizmo here as well. vec into colors. So we should be able to do position dot zero. First hit Gizmo position. I don't know. Let's make this like slate 400 maybe. Just to be clear, because we're going to try to do multiple bounces. So I want to be able to render the arrow to the thing. Are you creating a new Gizmo over and over, just moving the existing one? Creating a new one over and over. Might be due to Gizmo and fixed update or something. Gizmos and fixed update should be fine. That was fixed 2 versions ago. It's been a while. There are new Gizmos that are retained. I don't really want retained. I kind of just want it, like, if we run the raycast, I want the Gizmo to show up. Fixed update Gizmos should work. They went from being purely immediate to being retained only in fixed update to actually having a full retained API. So my understanding currently is that if we do Gizmos in fixed update, that those Gizmos should show as long as that is relevant. Unless something changed and we removed the like semi-retained fixed update Gizmo situation, but I don't think we did. Right? Like this is stable. It only changes when we move, which says to me it's a data problem. I can't stop the character because I started using linear velocity, unfortunately. But if we are stable, then the Gizmo is stable. If we are moving, then there's something about the data that I think either collides with it. I don't think it collides with itself. I think it's just 0. It's a little awkward, but right, 84 and 79. So it looks like we are colliding with something. What are we colliding with? Well, 84, 79, those could be boxes. This is distance 11. This is distance 0. So 79 is what we're hitting. That is at 0. So this is a faulty hit is what it is. It could be colliding with the ground due to floating point errors. Yes. We are absolutely too close to the ground. That is a thing. Which you can tell because we are colliding with the triangle cut of the plane, and we shouldn't be doing that. So we could, if we wanted to, move up a little bit just for now. Right, if we go to transform 3, this doesn't hit anything, but it's fully stable if it's hitting that wall, right? So that confirms that that is the issue. It's a ground hit. It's not a whatever, you know. So this was a capsule that is, what, 1 tall and 0.5 wide? No, that's radius and height. So it's 1.5. Are these half extents? I hate switching between half extents and not half extents on everything. This is the half length. So this is from center to top of cylinder is 1, and then the top of cylinder to top of capsule is 0.5. So we are actually 1.5 in the ground, or 0.5 in the ground. It doesn't look right. I feel like that math is wrong. If our half extent is 1, right, and we have a radius of 0.5, then the radius of the sphere tops out at 0.5. So why is 1.5 not the correct elevation? This turns into gravity and maybe a spring, maybe not. So it doesn't really matter, but for now, I'm just going to make it like something reasonably close to the ground. I guess this works differently than I thought it did. I guess it doesn't add the capsule to it. Because if the half extent is 1 and the radius is 5, then this 1 must encapsulate that. But that doesn't look to me like what's happening. I guess it is. I guess it does look like to me what's happening. Because the distance here for the inner area is not actually 1, right? If I remember correctly, this is like 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.81. So distance for the radius of the cap is about 0.6 or 0.5-ish, whatever. And then that distance looks similar to the center. So I think that actually this is 1 to the top, not 1 to. So skin distance in general is generally spoken about, I think 10%. So I think 1.1 is the right place for this to just like hang out for now. If we like fake apply a skin distance between the capsule collider and the ground. Maybe the real height of the capsule is half height times 2 plus 2 times radius. Maybe it's just the height of the cylinder part. Yeah, I think we're defining the height of the cylinder, like in total, right? I don't think this is radius, half length, half height of the capsule excluding the hemispheres. So this is total height of the capsule without the hemispheres, then? No. The total height is 2, because 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5 is 2. So this should be 1, 1, 1. So the height should be 3. Right? Unless I have those reversed, but it doesn't matter if I have them reversed. The math feels wrong, right? Or am I just going insane? Because the transform should be from the center. The center should be 1.5 because we have 1, 1, 2, or 1, 1 and 0.5, 0.5, which is 3. So center should be 1.5 above the ground. But 1.1 is doing it for us. Something feels wrong. Either I'm misunderstanding the capsule calculation there, or 1.1 doesn't feel right. Looks right. Looks right, but also, what is 3 meters tall? Nothing. Right? Where's the collider? Collider we've preset to some random size, right? So let's do 0.5 here. which would place us at 0.6. Which is clearly wrong, right? Our visualization is now abusing the fact that we have hard-coded it. So we'll throw our capsule in here as well. So at least we're wrapped in the right spot. I feel like there's something wrong here. Because 0.5 and 0.51, but this actually works lower than that. Sorry, I'm getting hung up on like random capsule math stuff. It feels wrong, and it bothers me that it feels wrong. Because like 0.6 is in the ground, right? Yeah. Maybe it's just an angle thing. I don't know. Okay, anyway. I'm gonna not focus on that too hard. Is the ground exactly at 0? It should be, but honestly, it came from Blender. So who knows? It is a plane. It should be at 0. Right? Like all of this says it's at 0. But who knows? I don't know. It shouldn't matter. Right? In the grand scheme of things. I think that the only way we really find out here is if I take the camera and I move it like exactly along the plane here, and then we check again, but it doesn't feel relevant right now. So we're just going to move on. We're going to say that this is a weird number and we're going to move on. Yeah, it's definitely a thinker, but it's one of those problems that fixes itself once you go gravity. Yes, we have to implement gravity anyway. So this calculation, no matter what it is, just will not be relevant at whatever time. It is weird. I don't understand why it looks like that. It should be something else from my understanding, but it is not. So shrug, we're just going to let it go. Just add a random fly camera debug plugin. Which one is updated for 0.16? We can. There's one in it's kind of rhetorical. There's one in the Bevy examples that we could theoretically use. Helpers. Camera controller. Let's call this demo camera controller, so that we're not messing ourselves up later going, why is the camera controller not look like we expect it to? And then this needs a camera controller, right? Unfortunately, that does also mean that we need to theoretically apply that in Blender. Can we do that? Bool, no, because this contains key code, and I don't think we can specify key code because of the reflection information. Maybe we can. Actually, let's try. I don't even know if this is registered. Is this registered? It's not even registered. So like, this is just what I wanted to not do. So now we're in here, we fetch, where is the camera? Here's the camera. Object, camera controller, insert. Hope it worked. Unidentified, unidentified. All those defaults are unidentified. Is that true? Oh, you know what actually the issue is? This is the wrong app. Where is default? Implement default for camera controller, and then this needs to implement default or reflect default. If we don't reflect default, then we don't get the default information. So fetch, remove, insert, and now we have key S, key Q, key W, key A. All of the expected data should already be set here. So theoretically, we export and we have a camera controller, which is true, except for the fact that it also moves our character. Fighting the camera to... I don't even know how to use the pitch and yaw and stuff. Oh, there we go. Click and drag, and then Q. Yeah. And then realize that you went so far that the collision doesn't even work anymore. I mean, that looks like it's supposed to be where it is, to me. Oh, that's a thought for Skein. User define defaults so you can save and reuse common configs. You know what? That is a good idea. I wonder if there's an API for that. Wonder if there's a thing for that. Wonder if there's an API that you could use. It's new. Don't feel bad. It's not that old. I don't know when I did it. Maybe like last week or something. But yes, absolutely. That is a thing. You just insert the preset with a name. It uses the type information and the value. And assuming that all of your component is reflectable, that gets pulled into Blender. So you can set up any presets for anything that you want to that is constructible and reflectable. That works. Which is awesome. I really enjoy the fact that this exists. And the nice thing is, the really nice thing is that no matter what happens in the future, this can't break your future application. Because what happens for this is a feature of Skein, yes. So theoretically, if for some reason, I don't know, Blender broke, updated something, broke an API, or Skein updated, and for some reason something isn't working, this can never like truly break your application. The worst thing you would need to do is remove the API. And the way it works inside of Blender, everything works if the presets don't exist anyway. So you can insert without default values. And when you apply a default, so there's a little thing here that like you can apply default or apply any of the other presets. This one doesn't have other presets. But all this does is applies the data. So if I was like, F29 is a great keyback. Oh, wait, no, it isn't. I can just hit default and the data writes itself into that component. So this is not like special default support. It is quite literally just, it's like JSON data that we write into the component. So it's not a feature where if for some reason it broke in the future, it would break anything in your app. The data is already written. Admit it, you created it off screen in the 5 seconds you pretended to switch to the docs. Yes. The reason I pulled up the wrong website is because I was in between pulling up the website, also typing the entire feature and publishing it. We'll go with that. Does that solve the problem you identified earlier with the fog volumes? No, I don't think so. Fog volumes. So if I add a empty, let's say not volume, I should actually check these volumes. Anyway, empty, cube, I don't know, scale 20. Here's our fog volume. So this would be a fog volume, volumetric fog, sorry. Insert, and then, no, fog volume. I don't even think we see fog volume show up. Is it called fog volume? I have the issue in the Skein issues. Reflection. Yeah, there we go. So option handle is what prevents fog volume construction. Fog volumes otherwise are entirely constructible, except for the fact that we don't have image handles. So truly the answer is, how do we support image handles? But in the meantime, we could say if there's a non-constructible value inside of an option, that is always none. And that would also fix this temporarily. It just pushes the error down a little bit. But it pushes it down in a way where handles are not constructible. So if you have an option handle, that just has to be none rather than breaking the entire struct. But we have to code support for that specifically. So TLDR, the issue is handles and images. I don't know what the answer for handle image is. We don't have image handles until you load something into Bevy. Actually thinking offhand, I don't even know if you can reflect an image handle. Your thinking was in a preset you could pass in the handle since all that data never left Bevy land. It does leave Bevy. And in Skein, it just needs some kind of opaque representation, I guess. It does, so the data does leave Bevy. If you can reflect a handle, it will reflect like a UUID or something. But that UUID isn't guaranteed to be the same across applications. I don't think anyway. So theoretically, there's stuff we can investigate. But the truth of the matter is I don't know how to deal with handle images right now. Handles as just paths. Handles as just paths, yes, but then we need to post-process everything that has a handle. And we need to decide where to do that post-processing. So that could probably be a bundle effect. Asset server load a path. But then that path needs to be something. That path is probably internal to the GLTF, but could also be external. So now we need to like handle paths the same way that Bevy's asset loader does. Matching features in a separate implementation feels like the wrong path. Let's see. Would a feature be nice? Instead of supporting defaults, you support Skein constructors, registering functions like default, or others with parameters and create UI out of that? You mean like build your own UI from Rust and have that show up in Blender? Like that kind of thing? Like basically provide people a DSL. So you can already do that. If you want a custom UI in Blender, make a component, make that component have whatever data type you want on it, whatever stuff you want on it. Use a component hook to translate that into whatever you want it to actually be, and you're done. There doesn't need to be any special support for that. GLTF really just needs to create a relationship extension. Actually, we should document that. Like, that's one of those things of like, yeah, it's in my head as obvious, but probably other people aren't thinking about that. Whereas components as APIs was a thing here. I think I did that already. Let's do docs. What do we call this? We'll call this custom Blender UI. TLDR. Custom components. And use component hooks to translate them to whatever they are supposed to be. Not a label. I turned this into a type. Documentation. Create. Yeah. So like there isn't like any special support. Like you can't choose to have a color picker, which could be, we theoretically could extend in a way that does that. I don't know if I want to, because I don't know what the support is like over longer periods of time for Blender's UI. So like if we start letting people build like define subtypes and stuff for their types, and we're just passing those through, people could break their own stuff unintentionally, and most people aren't going to know how to work with Blender like subtypes for property groups. So yeah, it's an open question. In general, I want Skein to not break across Bevy releases, right? Like I don't want to implement something that then requires you to rewrite a bunch of your application every version. Or I don't want to implement things that require you to go in and manually reset a bunch of data either. So yeah, I just requires some thought. But the migration from like Bevy version to Bevy version is very important to me. GLTF really needs to create a relationship extension so internal, external pathing can be standardized. Yeah, I mean, it would be cool. I guess like you still need your own loader, even if that's the case. The benefit for us would probably be that Bevy, if there was a standardized relationship, then Bevy's GLTF implementation would support it. And like Blender's UI would have to have something to support it. So that would be really nice. Reading the Rapier character controller page, it says the character controller attempts to preserve a small gap between it and the environment named offset. Yeah, that offset is typically referred to as skin. But offset and what's the other term that people use? character, controller, skin, offset. What's the other? I forget. People use another. People who are really mathy might use like epsilon. I've seen epsilon. Also, greetings. Been watching for 30 minutes. Great. I'm happy you found it useful enough to stick around for 30 minutes. Yeah, skin width. Two colliders can penetrate each other as deep as their skin width. So typically, like, you'll have a collider and then you'll have like a width around that collider, so that when you're doing collisions, you can take advantage of that width to kind of like soften the like floating point accuracy and things like that. Yeah, that's what that is. Collision margin skin width. Yes, absolutely. The results become more stable. Yeah. We aren't there yet. We need to figure out different keys for the camera if we're going to keep the camera. The camera, I guess. Forward, left, up. I think E and Q are fine. This is such a bad interface for choosing keys. Partially because Blender's ability to scroll through this is actually terrible. Like it keeps, if you move your mouse at all, it resets, and it's just the worst. It's like arrow something or other, but like this is the other problem with Blender UI stuff. There are so many reflectable variants in the key code enum that it's tough to list them like this. Key forward is up. Key left. We'll make it to key left eventually. Left. We only have to do this once, thankfully. I'll read chat while it's scrolling. Yes, we are technically we're doing a kinematic character controller today. So kinematic character controller questions are absolutely on topic. Let's see, forward. Where's back? Up, left, right, back. Only one more selection. Yeah, the issue here is that if we do a key code special UI, then we are committing to the representation of the key code that is currently used. And like theoretically, Bevy could choose to use an alternative key code representation or change the variants or anything like that, or like not make this an enum, make it like a nested other thing. And then what happens to your ability to use the Blender application in that case? So definitely, absolutely. We, in general, for Skein, we prefer pulling this information from the reflection data rather than doing it with like manual overrides and stuff. Can I shift and do this slower? No, I can only do this faster. Yeah. So there's our gap. Let's see. Let me catch up on chat. Well, wonder if that becomes less prevalent with double precision. I don't know that it's a precision issue. Yeah, still necessary since otherwise you would have 0, 0 distance between stuff and the error margin is always going to be bigger. Yeah. As close as you can get, you still have to have some definition of what an acceptable tolerance is, and that skin width is that tolerance. Custom UI would be good. Yeah, I mean, so from a, how do I say this? From a like motivations perspective, Skein tries to be something that is driven off of the reflection data. It's something that is driven off whatever version of Bevy you're using. So to some extent, we can kind of be like, okay, this variant has 52 variations. We could probably render a different UI. We could definitely do that kind of thing. Rendering different UI does come with drawbacks because we need to do additional bookkeeping. Everything that you see in the UI in Blender requires being stored somewhere as a property, which makes it awkward because then you just have all these floating ephemeral properties around that are actually stuck on the components and stuff. And it's a really wild way to decide to do it, honestly. Sorry for the interruption. Yeah, kinematic controllers and Avian definitely. Oh yeah, you set up the KCC prototype repo yesterday. So you are username starts with a P on GitHub, right? Let's see, KCC prototyping. I have it open somewhere. Oh, I'm on the wrong. I don't have Discord open on this monitor, so let me get the actual URL and then I will open it. Plurudo? Blender does have a drop-down issue with search. The Blender, so we use this for components. So like it exists. The issue is that when you select this has to get stored somewhere. So we have like an active component variable somewhere stored that gets like either on the window or the object or something like that. And then you don't do anything with it until you have to click like an operator, which then takes that data and like it's a whole thing. So it's like, it's just extra stuff, and Blender stuff tends to be very finicky. And its behavior is not terribly well documented. So a lot of the stuff that's not how you spell prototyping. A lot of the stuff I know about how to build Blender UI and stuff comes from having tried it 50 times. And like definitively figured out what works and what doesn't through experimentation. Like the documentation is not good. And even when it says things, there are like implicit constraints that aren't documented. There are things, and like there are ways that they just like fundamentally don't expect you to use it, even though it's supported. It's really annoying that they don't support like enums with data, for example. So like that just absolutely doesn't translate, and we need to do some weird stuff to support enums with data when we translate from like a Rust struct into Blender and stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of like edge cases and that kind of thing. You thought of a pattern where we would provide triggers for KCC behaviors like collide and slide, walk, slope, where the trigger includes all the data you might need for your own observer. Then we would provide default implementations for the observers, which you could add to your app to handle that logic for specific behaviors. This might make it really extendable and modular. Yeah, so this is the repo that you were talking about, 4x, right? Like, are you saying that you are Pluruto? I don't know if that's what you meant, but this is the only KCC prototyping repo that I'm aware of that got created yesterday. But this is interesting. This is basically coming out of a group of people who were in the Avian channel who were all trying to work on kinematic character controllers. So just to explain that to other people, not to you, obviously, you created the repo. So fixed update, movement, kinematic velocity, everything seems to use its own velocity, not linear velocity. I feel like it would be nice if we could use Avian's built-in stuff, but it doesn't seem to be usable. Marker component. So like effectively, this is the same kind of stuff that we started building up. Velocity, movement speed, movement system, queries for all the stuff. Uses camera related. I guess the implication is that you're expecting the camera to always be, or like you're expecting forward to always be camera forward. Is that why there's a camera here? Or is this just like a temporary camera follow? Action jump, sure. 2D input vector, transform, mul3. Yeah, so you're trying to support arbitrary Y up? Is that what this is? I think I'm not going to do configurable for now. I'm trying to scope down the project that I'm working on so that it doesn't blow up into like an everything controller. But yeah, this all makes sense. Spatial query filter with exclude. This is exactly the same thing we did. Filter layers, random example, cool. Move and slide config, move and slide. Move and slide is probably just that shape cast, right? Yeah, max iterations, cast shape. This is literally the code I'm about to write, so. Yeah, y'all use epsilon. This is your skin width, right? Safe distance, safe movement, translation, remaining velocity, safe movement. Yep. This is for... Yeah, cool. If negative, then don't do anything. Otherwise, just move. Yeah. So this is the initial implementation. I'm hoping that this grows into something that is something that I can recommend to people that gets upstreamed, where instead of saying, hey, you have to build your kinematic collider controller from scratch, I can say, hey, go use the stuff that got upstreamed. The observers question is interesting because observers are really nice, but observers come with specific behavioral issues. For example, here's the Avian on collision start observer, right? Which theoretically would be an interesting place to start trying to do character controller stuff. Because you're like, okay, this collided with something. Let me figure out what to do about it. It's a little too late for the kinematic character controller, right? Because we kind of need to be shape casting and deciding how far to move. Theoretically, if you were using linear velocity and you let it hit stuff, you could on collision start, but then you need all this other data that you don't have. You need to do the depenetration and other stuff. That would be cool. One advantage other engines have are plugins and systems pre-built. Having some of those things in the Bevy ecosystem would be really helpful. Yeah, I think if you want to think about it in the same way that like other Bevy working groups are structured, the MVP of the Kinematic Collider working group, which is not an official Bevy working group, it's just a bunch of people who got into a Discord and decided to do this, which is basically the same thing, honestly. The initial goal is to figure out what that group of people actually wants, to stay in communication with the creator of Avian to make sure that they're headed in a direction that could theoretically be upstreamed. And then the MVP for upstreaming, I think, would be like a collide and slide implementation and stuff like that, rather than a full kinematic controller. God, the water's right in front of me and I still forget to drink it. So yeah, I think observers make a sense for a lot of things. Observers make sense, I think, even for audio, right? If you are doing a kinematic controller and it is walking along some surface and you want to convey that it is walking on some surface, then an observer would make sense to listen to that event. But that event, from the kinematic character controller perspective, that is not the timing at which you want to fire the event. Like the character controller doesn't fire that. The animation system for footsteps fires that. So like the kinematic character controller is doing the detection, I guess, or somebody else is doing their own detection. And I think this is why it gets a little bit weird. Because where you define the boundaries for everything feels very much per game. Like, when do you want your audio to fire in relation to footsteps? Do you actually want it to be triggered as an animation event on the animation player? Or do you want it to be like... So the kinematic character controller then maybe shouldn't be responsible for detecting whether you are touching a specific kind of surface or not. So really all the kinematic character controller can do is tell you whether you're grounded or not. And then there's other audio, right? There's like, if you touch a wall and you're trying to jump off the wall, what sound should jumping off the wall make? Does it matter if you're on a specific kind of wall? I feel like observers off the cuff feel very ergonomic if you can figure out how to fit them into the API. And yeah, I think the open question is, how do you actually build a character controller that then offers observers like this? Because you don't get the return values of observers, right? So like move and slide or collide and slide or whatever, you could fire an observer for that with the event, right? And have a handler for it. And then recursively do that a couple of times. But then when that's done, the next event fires. And how do you store the data that the next system needs? I guess that ends up in a component on the entity. I think it's just an interesting question in general, right? Like I think the answer doesn't exist currently. Yeah. Do Bevy observers use the same events that were already present before Bevy got observers? Yes, technically. So I think it's actually a little bit of a point of confusion. I don't know that they should have been the same events. But if you derive event on something, that like you can use that as an event writer or a observer event. Yeah, I don't know if it makes sense that they're the same. I think it's fine that they are. There's a little bit of confusion around, like, if you see an event in the documentation, is it meant to be consumed as an observer or an event reader? So I don't know if it would have been better if we had an observer event and an event. That would have at least been very clear about which way they're supposed to be consumed, which would be a good documentation. Yeah, this is the point of confusion, right? So you're saying, if you, in case you can't implement it as an observer, you can just write a system that dequeues the events it needs and does stuff. And you can definitely, like, if you have control over everything, you can control how the events are produced. But how the events are produced defines how they're consumed. So you can't consume an observer event via an event reader. That doesn't work. Right? If you commands.trigger with an observer event, that cannot be consumed by an event reader. They are different. You have to event write it to event read it, and you have to trigger to observe. That's exactly, that is the reason that I'm like, oh, maybe it would have been better, but I'm not really sure. 4X says, yes, because we know we have a bunch of smart people, so I'm thinking about how the API of an ergonomic kinematic character controller could look like. It's a tough question. Yes. And I think that's going to require some scoping, because a kinematic character controller, like a generic one, could encompass any use case. And I think any use case isn't going to be a useful framing. So is the kinematic character controller just for people who are building their own character controllers? Right? Is it a set of pieces? Or is it a whole thing? That's one question, right? I think it's a set of pieces before it's a whole thing anyway. But people use kinematic character controllers for floating platforms. They use kinematic character controllers for things that are not characters. And they also use them for characters. So, like, are those all the same thing? I think that from the ground up perspective, I don't know if they should be the same thing. I think defining the use case for the kinematic character controller that group is building is an important question. Like, what do you actually want that character controller to do? And if it turns out that doesn't satisfy enough use cases, then you can expand and modify and build a second version and whatever. But I think trying to build a perfectly general system from the start is probably not going to succeed at being a perfectly general system. Unless it's very basic and it's just pieces. Unless it's just like collide and slide or whatever. In case you can't, yeah. Hey Chris, Unity has an almost perfect default character controller, dots version. You used it in smooth as in any ground object shapes. I thought to use it as a reference and just rewrite it. It might work. I don't have any experience with the Unity character controller. I don't know what kind of character controller it is. I also don't know what assumptions it makes about things. That's totally valid, right? If you want to start a project and you want to rewrite the dots Unity character controller in Bevy and target that as your North Star, I think that's super valid. Somebody will find that useful, especially people coming from Unity would find that useful, right? I don't think that would solve everybody's problem, but I think that would be a really useful thing to have around. Whew. The talking is talking. Yeah, so I don't know. I really like the idea of observers. I like using observers. Observers are fantastic. Um, I wonder a little bit about. I think historically, most character controllers and other ecosystems that I've seen are giant singular functions. And I don't know that many people have put a lot of thought into how to split that up. Um, I think that there's some good prior research out there. For example, using gravity as a second pass instead of building it into the primary pass. Like, if not grounded, apply gravity kind of thing. Or like, should you apply gravity if you're on a sloped platform kind of thing? So like, there are separate functions for doing things. But as far as I can tell, the vast majority of like actual character control, kinematic character control code is like a gigantic function that does a bunch of stuff. So going from that to a bunch of observers is an interesting step. And I don't know what the like desired API is, because to have a desired API, you kind of need to know what you're going to do with it, right? So like, what features are you going to support? If I was going to do like a Mario platformer or something, right? Then I want certain features, right? Obviously, I want to be able to run around. I want to be able to like run in a circle and whatever. I also want to like know when I change direction harshly, right? If you're running in one direction and like, let me get a visual of this so I'm not just like spouting my mouth off. Mario backflip. Not the like standing still backflip, but the running one direction. Like, that's the regular standing still backflip. What I mean is not the backwards long jump. Is that not called a backflip? Nope. The backwards long jump is going to come up in all of these searches. As a person with a little capsule. Hmm. Dropping by to say your recent videos about 0.16 have been great. Oh, I'm glad you're enjoying them. Crouch jump? No. It's the maybe I can just search Mario jump types. Like, Mario's got a number of jumps: single, triple, double spin, ground pound, side flip. Side flip? Is it a side flip? No. This is just all regular. That's a vault, that's a backflip. Ground pound, spin, side flip. Is it a side flip? This. Come on, show me somebody doing it. There we go. Side flip. This side flip. This is it. Jeez. Ready for the 480p Game Boy Advance Super Mario Odyssey clip? Anyway, we're talking about kinematic character controllers. Like, one of the things that Mario would need is if you're running one direction and the user inputs a different direction and hits jump, Like, this is not a move that all kinematic character controllers would need, but it's obviously super important to Mario, right? So from an API perspective, obviously you've got the like capsule cast forward and move, which this is just empty space, so it's just constantly succeeding. And then what? Like, you've got your input, it inputs a jump, and you check for the directional input when they hit jump. Maybe you mix up the timing there a little bit so that's a little bit more relaxed. So if you probably back joystick and jump, I think is the way that you do that, because if you hit jump before you joystick, I think that it doesn't work. So key combinations. Exactly your point. You already have a KCC with step slopes, etc., but it's a huge singular function. You think in general, the core of an ergonomic KCC, you need to control what sort of states exist. Yeah, so like at that point, you need pretty tight integration with whatever your input system is, or at least your state machine. Then you have a system that predicts, dictates what behavior should handle the current state. So like Bevy enhanced input has the input context, right? Which will invoke arbitrary observer with all the data we might need for that pass. So you're saying that a kinematic controller theoretically would be able to have a schedule or some kind of place to put generic observers that could fire to trigger state transitions. I think that's what you're saying here, right? Because if you're in the, like, I don't know, player running grounded states, right? Whatever. Then every frame at some point it checks to see if you should fire the event or not. It fires the event, and then you transition into something. And then this jumping mechanic also would need to come from like a set of utility functions, right? I think state machines and Bevy all turn out to be components, like individual components at the end of the day. I know everybody wants to immediately gravitate towards enums and variants, but enums and variants aren't extensible in the way that we're talking about. And I think like, it's not static, is it? Static is the wrong one. Bevy. Seldom state is what I was thinking. So seldom state takes like approaches like this, where it has a whole state machine setup of infrastructure, and all of this is driven by components. So if you have a component, then you are in a state and thus can transition to other states through certain triggers. I don't think this has been updated to like use observers or anything. I think this is still just like a completely separate state machine implementation. Maybe it has. I haven't checked it in a little bit. Trigger here doesn't mean like observer. Trigger here means like something happened. But yeah, and then it's like, then there's just a ton of different things. I think at the end of the day, an implementation has to get built, and then that can get iterated towards something. I feel like the one thing that will be really hard to do is going to be trying to design it up front and then trying to get everything right the first time. I think this is going to be an iterative process. I think that having like the set of character controllers that this generic character controller should be able to support is going to be important, right? So if you've got like, if you want to support, let's say, Mario and Breath of the Wild, Link, and something significantly less interesting like Stardew Valley is the wrong name. What's the game with the planting? That's like semi 3D-ish. Animal Crossing. Like if you want to support Animal Crossing, Breath of the Wild, Link, and Mario, right? Those are 3 decent targets for things that people would want to build. Then build each of those individually and figure out what the commonalities are in the actual implementation and figure out where observers and everything fit. I think that's the way to do it. I think trying to design a kinematic character controller that supports all of these use cases up front doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I think doing one of the implementations and then doing a second one and comparing the two, and then doing a third one and comparing the all 3 of them will produce the better kinematic character controller result at the end of the day. What is Skein? Skein is, well, the TLDR is, we've got, do you use Bevy? I guess you do, right? Yeah, it's Shinigami. Yes. Yes, it is. If you are in Blender and you want to add, I think, yeah, if you want to add a collider constructor to this plane, like an Avian collider constructor. Oh, if you haven't used Bevy all that much, let's start with Bevy before I get into what Skein is. Skein is a Blender integration for Bevy. But Bevy is built off of these components, effectively, right? So it's entity component system. You've got entities are just like IDs. Components are data attached to those IDs, and systems operate on the entity components. That was a terrible way to phrase that. So when you think about, for example, movement, we can do a query for the linear velocity component on a player and like set the values for that linear velocity component, which the physics system can then query later and move your character via. So components, systems that operate on those components. That's Bevy. Bevy doesn't have an editor. So if you're using something like Blender, you end up with a giant GLB or GLTF file when you export, or a bunch of GLTF files or whatever, which means you have a bunch of nested data, right? So you have these slopes in here, which are inside of a scene, which are inside of a collection, which are inside of other things, etc. At some point, you want to add colliders to these. And how do you do that inside of Blender? And how do you get those into Bevy? And Skein is the answer for that. So in here, if I wanted to add a sensor to this or something, sensors doesn't make sense, but I have a collider constructor here. I would search for the collider constructor, insert that, choose the collider constructor that I wanted to, export that to GLB, go run my application, which in this case is this like little weird kinematic character controller level setup thing. Everything in here is the scene you just saw. All of the colliders are applied in Blender, and using Bevy's reflection data just instantiates them. And this works for any third-party crate, etc. So that's what that is. You do so wish the homepage text wasn't an image. Which homepage text? Oh, this? The Bevy homepage text? Yeah. I mean, this was built a while ago. I don't know if they want an update. I think that as somebody who has a bunch of web development experience and could theoretically design a website, right? Like, built this from scratch, whatever. This is not the design I would use for like Bevy itself. This is just what I wanted to do. But as somebody who has a bunch of web development experience, design experience, and et cetera, this feels like a project I almost wouldn't want to take on. Similar to the editor personally, I think that for me personally and what I want to work on, the things that I want to do every day aren't convincing everybody that we should use a specific shade of blue. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. As a summary, it's a way to add Bevy components to stuff right in Blender. Yeah, they didn't, they don't know what a component is yet. Or I guess like they're early enough where I couldn't assume that they knew what a component was. Could you send me a Unity demo link for Mac OS where you use default character controller to show its perfect move? You know what you know what a component is. I think that from my end, I have to assume that you don't. Right. It's not that you didn't know. It's that I have to assume that you didn't to do the explanation. Can you send me a Unity demo link for macOS where you use the default character to show its perfect moves? Is that something you can ship to the web? Like put it on itch or something and link to? I guess like, or just like a video, right? I don't know that I need the Unity, like the Unity character controller has a ton of examples. I don't know that I need a specific one. Like there's a ton of videos too, right? How to use the kinematic character controller in Unity is a video. So there are examples, unless it shows something specific. One thing you've tried to look into but haven't got around to testing are Skein scenes able to hot reload. I think GLTF is able to hot reload but broken for transforms. And that's a Bevy level thing. There's a standing issue as far as I'm aware. Texture images, hot reload, ECS. One of these is the one that I expect it to be. This one, I think. Hot asset reloading example does not update when saving Taurus.gltf. There is an open PR for this, if I remember correctly. It hasn't merged. It's been open for a little bit now. Let's see, last updated fairly recently, it looks like. Yeah, March 17th. So March, April, May. That's why it feels like it's been forever. It hasn't actually been forever. It's been a month. But there are bugs in Bevy currently for hot reload. Whenever GLTF hot reloading fully works, Skein's hot reloading for GLTF will fully work. That is just like Skein doesn't do anything special for hot reloading. So if you can reload a GLTF, you can reload anything that Skein exports. You noticed Box 2D has a new kinematic character controller this month. Kato posted a minute-long video of it here on YouTube. Yeah. Yes, only shows the PR description, not the commits. Yes. The real answer is down here where I've already looked at this and I happen to know. If you couldn't tell, I am the last commit from, or not the last commit, I'm the last mention on this issue. So I did already know. Yeah, the other thing is Box 2D has a new kinematic character controller. A bunch of other projects like Jolt has a character controller. Unity has a character controller. I think Godot's character controller probably is only relevant in its in its propensity to get immediately deprecated when Jolt comes in, I guess. They're going to switch to Jolt, and then they'll have Jolt's character controller. See, Box 2D character controller. Can we restrict to the past month or so? Let's just look at Box 2D. Is it a demo or Hazel uses Jolt already? What is Hazel? Oh, Hazel is what's his face's game engine, right? The YouTube person. Game engine. Cherno, yeah. Uses Jolt already. That's cool. I haven't looked at Hazel really at all. I've seen some of their videos and whatever, but I don't know anything about Hazel. Mostly because I am not going to use or contribute to a C++ engine just because that's not the ecosystem I'm in. But I don't know anything about it either. What's the Bevy Tenua controller like to use? I think it's good for game jams. It's a dynamic character controller. It's definitely like, I would try to use Bevy Tenua before I tried to build my own character controller, right? The one thing that I will caution is the examples tend to be pretty expansive. This one's pretty okay. This one looks like a quick start, which is good. I don't know that this always existed. But once you start looking at the demos include support for like 4 different physics crates and are massive. Like there's a lot of code in here. So I'll do that search on my other monitor. See if I can pull it up. Metric character controller. 1 week ago. Cool. There's going to be an ad that plays over here, so I'm just going to let the ad play and then I'll bring it up. Don't need to give advertisement to people that aren't actually paying me. Okay, here's the Box 2D character controller. Can we get a better quality version? Yeah. Here's Box 2D character controller. Jump speed, min speed, stop speed, accelerate, friction, gravity, air steer, pogo hertz, stamping, auto stepping, interaction with, I assume that sphere is a dynamic body. Does red mean active and gray mean sleeping for the physics bodies? Interesting that it's floating. Is this kinematic? Or is this something else? Is there an answer? No rigid bodies. Got it. Not physics related. The joys of Arch Linux. Wanting to install a package and being spammed with 404s since you didn't update for a few days. Could always use Manjaro. Yada, yada, yada. Yeah, Cool. Where are we? We have not all that much time left. Let's hell nah. Is that a hell nah because you don't like something about Mandara, or just because takes daily Nick's pill? I feel like Nyx is that kind of thing where like you get into it and then you feel the pain of Nyx, and then you can never not feel pain again because everything else is worse. Before you go, one last question. At the beginning of the stream, you said you explicitly wanted to use constructed colliders tri-mesh to make sure it works in that environment. Do you expect those colliders to behave very differently on the KCC prototype? We mostly define procedural level elements that are often tricky for KCCs. Yeah, I mean, I think I saw your video. I was looking at it yesterday before I went to bed. So I saw the like spinning platforms and stuff. I wanted to use the tri-mesh stuff because it makes things like, hey, I'm too far into the ground very obvious, like we were seeing at the beginning of the stream. Right? Like the whole thing where we were like, is this capsule the right height off the ground? Like it shouldn't collide with this triangle intersection here, for example. And that was made very obvious through letting it be, or letting it exist, you know? I don't necessarily think you have to do that. It just felt like a good thing to do to make it the hard case and not the easy case. Because like, for example, directly walking into a box at a 90-degree angle like this is doing right now is not very representative of how the character controller is actually going to get used. I assume that most people doing landscapes and stuff are going to do not tri-mesh necessarily, but something similar, maybe convex hull, maybe something else, etc. So I don't know that it's strictly speaking very important. Like I don't expect the colliders to behave differently than other colliders. It just puts more colliders into the calculations. Yeah. Okay, so the question here is, can we get this to do a loop first? You're learning Nyx by setting up a NAS with it and you feel like you're going that way if everything else is just worse? Yeah. Nyx is painful, but everything else is also painful and doesn't come with the benefits. Later. Oh joy, there were both a new main and new kernels. Nice. Nice. Let's get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Yeah, anyway, the hot reloading stuff, gotta dig into. Hopefully at some point I find some time to like dig into and fix that upstream in Bevy. But whenever Bevy gets it fixed, it will just work with GLTFs from Skein or whatever. Because when it comes down to it, the GLTFs from Skein are just Blender GLTFs at the end of the day. As long as the hot reloading triggers all the regular stuff that it would need to trigger, then everything works. And that, by definition, is like, if hot reloading works in Bevy itself, then it'll work for Skein. There's no, we don't have to do special support for it as far as I'm aware. The only thing Skein really does is has an on-add observer for GLTF extras. So like theoretically, if hot reloading was implemented and it didn't fire observers after reloading, which would be really weird because people just depend on that regularly, right? Like we use normal functionality. It's nothing special. Like theoretically I could see there being an issue and needing to fix something, but like if that was broken, it would be broken in Bevy. It wouldn't be broken for Skein, if that makes sense. We don't have a good wall here. I don't even think is this controller plugged in? Oh, I just messed something up on my PC. What is going on there? I think I turned Steam into big picture mode by turning on my controller. Oh no. Oh no. I don't want big picture, please. It's just a controller. It's not. How do I get out of big picture mode? Oh no. Oh, my streaming PC is locked into big picture mode. I need to get this off. I don't want to hit power. Can I just quit Steam? Close window. There we go. Okay. We're good. My issue, of course, being that the computer that my controller was plugged into was not actually there we go. Cool. Now I have a controller. A controller is going to be much better. Clearly I need a dead zone for this controller because it's wobbling all over the place. Controller is dying. You have a controller and stick drift. Okay, so let's get the desired direction updating. Let's start with that. Desired direction, dir3 here, collision, setup KCC, collision started, player binding, apply movement is this. This probably wants desired direction. Right, I think that this using the Bevy enhanced input stuff is fine. Because desired direction, because this would be like an external thing. Why is new velocity? Oh, because it's linear velocity, of course. It's .0 .normalize. Right? No, it's a vec2. Oh, okay. Let's just extend it with 0 for now. No, wait, that doesn't make sense. XY needs to be XZ. And I don't think that we get a good function for doing that. So let's do dir3 from XYZ. Let's do new velocity dot x 0 new velocity dot y. Yeah, but you don't get a dot z on. Oh yeah, extend dot. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay. So dot extend 0 dot xzy, and then this still needs to be a dir3 from. I think it can't be from, it's got to be try from, right? Okay, and then that's desired direction, theoretically. It is reversed. This is one of the interesting things with, I think, Bevy enhanced input. It feels reversed from what it's supposed to be. And I'm not sure why. I'm not sure if this is like because I'm pressing backwards right now. But this is definitely what I want in general. We just need to left and right are correct, so y-axis needs an invert. I can't do that for just one of them, right? This doesn't feel good at all, but I'm just going to do it for now because it's reasonable. So we can control the shape cast now at least. Funny that that's so noisy. I feel like it's only noisy in that direction. Anyway, we've got a controllable shape cast. Is it that noisy if I output the controller directly? Probably. There's nothing between enhanced input and the controller input to the dir. So fired move would be triggered at event.value. Right? And then first hit probably we want to disable. So this is pretty stable if I go to the right. And if I go left, I'm not moving the stick right now. Whereas the right feels very much more stable. If I go left and I hold it against the side, it just feels inherently more noisy. I mean, I'll chalk that up to my controller, but nice also that we can confirm that, like, if I put it somewhere, it'll stay there. You know what's really funny, actually? That might not have been inverted. Because that is forward now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that is forward because of where the camera is. I probably should just adjust the camera. Let me at least add a to-do that I just added a random. So if we have the first hit, we have the shape hit data, right? First hit, Gizmo, whatever, whatever. First hit is shape hit data. Shape hit data is entities, scalar, 0.1, 0.2, normal, normal. So the normal, outward surface normal on the hit shape at 0.1 expressed in world space. Apparently jitter like that can be an issue with the contacts. You might just need to open it up and spray the moving parts of the joystick and contact cleaner and work the dirt out. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm not too worried about it. I don't do like competitive gaming on my controller. If I was doing something and I cared about my skill representation, I would probably be using mouse and keyboard. Like if I play Fortnite, and I'm playing, I don't know, I forget what their arena competitive mode is called. Or if I was like playing a tournament with a friend, I would be playing mouse and keyboard. I think the only thing that I would use controller for would be Rocket League, which I don't really play that much anymore. So I'm not too worried about it. But I could definitely open that up and clean it out. The controller is fairly old, so. Okay, so the question is, we have the normal from the hit. Do we have any other information? I guess the surface normal is all we need. Later, I'm gonna, actually I have like half an hour left in the stream, so probably gonna go get lunch after this myself. But have a good dinner. Thanks for hanging out. Closest point on the shape that was cast, expressed in world space. Closest point on the shape that was hit, expressed in world space. So point to point, we have circle, radius, hit point, distance, hit point. So this distance already builds in the fact that it is some shape, so we don't need to do that math. So the hit point on, I guess we do need to take that distance and we need to add it to the current position. We're kind of already doing that to do the gizmo. And then I don't think we use the normal, do we? No, we use the dot product of the normal. Does that sound right? I want to basically do an arbitrary, no matter what, second cast here. So first hit Gizmo position plus distance times desired direction. This is where this gives us the right visualization, right? Just to check this, we already have it. Yeah, so that's the correct visualization. And then I guess technically we'll just pick an arbitrary direction to go across the normal. So where's our spatial query? Here's this. We need to do this again. Basically, I'm just manually running the loop. So this will just get rolled back up into a for loop after we do this. So shape, same shape, different position. We need this position instead. Right? From the new position, in desired direction is going to be first hit, which normal is it? Outward surface normal on the hit shape. If we did this, it would be back in the direction that we came from, for the most part, or straight out from the hit, right? This is a vec3. What is supposed to be here? Cast shape. Shape hits. Cast shape. Cast shape. Direction dir3. I feel like I need to look up. I'm just going to unwrap here. This is probably going to hurt me. But I need to look up dealing with dir3 is better. I feel like there's a better way to do this dir3. From max distance, spatial query, exclude our current entity. And then this will be a second draw. Let's use a different color. Let's say this is the arrow from the new one, and this is the green 400. Theoretically, this should come straight off of the box. Oh, right, it doesn't hit anything when it comes back. That's the problem. So I think this is working. Interesting question, honestly. It does roughly show up where I think it would. Let's say hit position normal, direction from normal as the surface normal of the hit. Let's put our actor in a different position. Character. I forget which direction this is going to put us in. I think that moved us back. Okay. So this Why do I feel like that's the wrong arrow? Make this bigger, please, because I can't see. There's no green arrow there. No, that's the blue arrow. Blue arrow. Let me get rid of the slate arrow for a second, because I think the slate arrow is over the top of the blue one, and I want to see where this blue one is coming from. I think my gizmos are just a little bit off. Yeah, we're drawing the gizmo from the wrong position for sure. Let me see. Primitive position plus whatever. This position is not position 0 anymore. This is the iteration. This is the first hit gizmo position. Do we use this? We do use this. Let's say new first hit gizmo position. And let's say this is the old first hit gizmo position. Should that give us the right... Of course, the issue is that I faultily didn't set up any... good collider. And I didn't set a spawn point in Blender, so I'm just going to have to move this across. Let's do -8. Let's move it past the boxes. 9 maybe, and let's do... I think that's fine. The question is... camera is where? Oh, camera is in Blender. Camera. Set active, ZZ. Nope. G, ZZ. Nope. Let's just... let's do this, G, ZZ. Why is GZZ not working? There we go. We'll zoom out. See more stuff. Export. Nice that the camera is only going to need to be modified once. Unlike the character that I have decided to not put anywhere near the right position. There we go. That feels weird. Let's move this a little bit back. I should have included Bevy Inspector eGUI or something. Move our little character around without restarting the app. So theoretically, can I just leave it there? Nope, can't do it. Can't do it. There we go. There we go. So blue is first, green is second. So this is saying we're hitting like the corner of the wall and then using... The normal feels weird. Is the normal normal should be coming off the plane, right? I feel like our gizmo is wrong, because that should be coming out directly from the wall and hitting the thing in front of it. So my gizmo must be wrong. Arrow, first hit gizmo position to new hit gizmo position feels right. First hit comes from our cast from the first Gizmo position. This is the first normal. This is our distance. This is the entity that we're excluding. Desired direction is not the direction that we need to be going in. The normal is. Right? This normal is where we need to be going. Negative normal? Is that... Okay, so the gizmos are wrong, for sure. Would be nice if they came in by default. Somebody else was saying that in the Avian channel over the last couple days. First hit gizmo position to new hit gizmo position. I think this is right. I think we are pushing through. The normal then is the normal coming off of the wall, which feels like that is negative for some reason. I feel like we're going in the wrong direction. Oh, you know what the issue is here? Desired direction is also not supposed to be there. That's why the capsule is in the wrong spot. If I could remember to write code correctly, then everything would work. So I think it's pretty obvious that from the so for collide and slide, what we're trying to do is we're trying to hit this, and then right now we're just trying to go directly perpendicular to the normal, or not perpendicular to the normal, but in the path of the normal, which will be perpendicular to the wall that we hit. We do have that surface normal. It looks like the surface normal is pointing in the wrong direction, which is interesting. I feel like the normal should be coming off the wall, so I'm wondering if that is a me problem. If I set up this shape cast incorrectly, or if I set up the gizmo incorrectly, right? First hit normal 1, collider, gizmo position, distance, excluded entities. This feels correct. Origin, direction, dir 3. What direction the shape cast is in. This returns the hits. The hits we already have open over here. Normal 1, outward surface normal on the hit shape at 0.1 expressed in world space. Outward surface normal on the hit shape at 0.1 expressed in world space. So that tells me that this should be going in the opposite direction, right? This is the first hit. Distance times the normal plus the first hit gizmo position should give us that second position. The only issue with this, first of all, these are the same thing. So why am I doing this like this? This and this are the same thing. I don't know why I have that. I probably have that up here too, right? Yeah. So these two things are the same. Let's just make that clear in code. Cleans up the code a little bit. This feels weird. Why is the normal pointing into whatever it hits? Right? It should point away. And I've unfortunately put these things so close together that, yeah, okay, so I think it is working. Because if I do it here, it doesn't hit. If I do it here, it must just be the gizmo. I think the gizmo is the only thing that's an issue. So why are the gizmos an issue? Because we've reversed these. Is that why? Gizmos.arrow should go from first to new, right? Gizmos, arrow, start, end. Draw an arrow in 3D from start to end. Yep. Feels right to me. So why is this going in the wrong direction? This calculation must be wrong. It's not something weird like the distance is supposed to be the other way, right? Like it is. Funny that that hit normal is so awkward. This is also not collide and slide, just to be clear. This is collide and and teleport to the normal. This is correct, though, from a visualization perspective, and I'm not sure why the negation is required. I guess this is like only kind of correct too. Right, here's the normal, here's the correct. This is the correct visualization for what we were actually coding. Which is interesting. Let's see, dot. Let's go for glam, rust, dot. Dot product of what gets us that plane? I guess we could always look for project along plane, but I think we should just be able to get that. We aren't doing any kind of math about the velocity because we aren't really even using a real velocity value yet. I'm just working with the loop. A new vector orthogonal to plane normal and parallel to plane. If we have the normal and we have the position of the plane, I hate Cloudflare. Cloudflare is the worst. Literally shows up before I load half my web pages. Okay, point along plane. Vector from the original to the point of interest. Dot product of that vector with the unit normal vector. This is doing the full calculation. I actually didn't want to do the full calculation. I just wanted to get the plane. I don't want to actually project the point. What do I think about Alice upstreaming more crates like Bevy picking? Wonderful. I think that framing it as Alice upstreaming crates is a little weird because the people doing the work on Bevy mod picking, um, like the person who built Bevy mod picking should get credit for building Bevy mod picking. The people who did the work to integrate an upstream in the working group should get the credit for Bevy picking, which is a couple of different people. So Bevy upstreaming crates like Bevy picking is great. Absolutely. Plane from normal. I want the... Why am I blanking on this? It's going to be one of those sections of streaming where I look back and I'm like, wow, that was... that was longer than it needed to take. What am I supposed to be doing here? This is the... If we have the normal, we have the location, then we can get the plane from the components. But I need to do that in a generic way, so I can't just be like XY. I don't want to find the normal of a plane. I don't need to compute the normal of a plane. Cloudflare again. Stack Overflow is really not getting better over time. 2 points, line of plane, normal vector, and yada yada. Find any two vectors orthogonal to the normal. It's getting to the end of the stream. I'm gonna have trouble with that. Given a unit vector, return two other vectors together that form an orthonormal basis. That is, all the three vectors are orthogonal to each other and are normalized. Any orthogonal vector will return a vector that is orthogonal to the given one. Why are these any orthogonal? Any orthogonal pair, any orthogonal vector. What is the implementation for this? Abs, self. Interesting. Yeah, to define the plane, the specific vec isn't important. Hukasu, I'm trying to find the plane from a normal. We have the normal hit point. Right? I took the normal as like a cheap way to just test the shape cast. But realistically, the thing that needs to happen here is that this needs to project along this plane. And thus, I just need the direction to project in. And I'm totally blanking on it right now because it's getting to the end of the stream. And that is just, my brain is shutting down. Vec3 has reject from, which will give you the components of the vector not in the direction of the normal. Components of the reject from would give components, though. We don't need components because components are not necessarily. I guess if we assume that it's all. But what is the plane for? I just need a vector. I need the vector in like. What is the plane for? That's a great question. I don't need the plane. What I need is we have the vector from the player to the hit point, right? And we have the normal of the hit point. And what I need is the excluding the y coordinate. I need the xz vector in the direction that we are already moving. You're surprised that there isn't a plane from normal? That would make my life easier right now because I am struggling right now. I want to get this before I hop off, but this is my end of stream brain really frying. Doc gives us how perpendicular it is. And y'all are saying specific vec isn't important. Yeah, the plane, I guess we don't need the plane. Reflection. What do you mean by reflection? The only thing of reflection I can think of is Bevy's reflection. Oh, reflect right there. Returns the reflection vector for a given incident vector and surface normal. Is that it? Is that the function we need? The reflection vector. My problem is I don't really have a math background, so when it says reflection vector, I don't know what a reflection vector is. Reflection being B or T? Because I need B. Given D and N, I need B. Or Dn is the dot product and N must be normalized. Draw an Excel, draw what you're looking for? Yes. R, what about R? R isn't what I need B. This question is asking for R, but I need B. So reflection is R, so that's not what I need. And this is just doing dot normal times normal. Okay, the dot between D and N will give a vector either up or down, and the dot between N and up down will give B negative B. Okay. I'm gonna need to make sure I understand this later. But you're saying that given sum up, which would be Y, right? So reject from will take the directions of the normal and remove them from your vector, giving you a new vector that is in the plane. D is the direction from character to hit point, N is normal. Yes. So D is this, but this isn't world space, which is fine. We have some vector from where we are to where we're going. We have the normal. So you're saying up down is dot dn. And the dot between n and the up down will give B. So theoretically, assuming that this is even, this is F32. Either B or negative B, yeah. If it's the wrong one, invert the order. Invert the order of the... Oh, invert the order of the direction. Gotcha. You mean for the positive, negative. Vec3 dot F32 doesn't work, though. And you were saying do... Because the A dot B... A dot B equals C, B dot A equals negative C. Oh, okay. Right, because the vector from us to the hit and the normal then results in the triangle side that is the third vector. That makes sense to me. Thank you. Yeah, the dot on this is scalar. Let's see, normal one is a vec3. Yeah, so vec3 dot vec3 is a scalar. Oh, cross. I need to do cross. That would make sense. Cross is less familiar to me than that makes more sense. So the direction then this needs to be up there because the second iteration needs to use this direction. So let's see what direction it actually goes in. This is new. Oh, wait, I need to move this back down there. I need this up here, theoretically. This is the first hit gizmo position and first hit normal 1. This is a direction. And then I'm going to look at the answer before we leave, because I think that the people who are doing the kinematic collider, character collider, already wrote this specific piece of code. So because I stumbled over this at the end, I'm going to go look at what they did and understand it. Cast shape, first gizmo position. This is the normal, which we need to be the direction. So theoretically, this will send us somewhere. It's kind of, that's the reflection vector, it looks like. That's moving backwards a little bit. Feel like my math is still off. Dot is always scalar. Cross product gives you a vector perpendicular to two vectors. Right. Which would be the reflection. It wouldn't be the plane vector. Right. Because if we have, well, you wanted me to use Excalibur earlier, right? Let's just open that up. I've never used this. Let's see. So we have this. Blue is our wall, theoretical wall. This is our first incident. This is the normal. And what we just calculated is something like that. So the plane here and the plane here. Am I forgetting what perpendicular means? No, it is 90 degrees. Okay. To form a right angle. So I think what we're calculating here is 90 degrees on both of these. Which hilariously is not this. How would it be 90 degrees on both of them? I'm not having a good math time. Oh, it would be out of the screen. Right. 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 Oh my God. So if we have this and we have this, and effectively those are both flat in the y plane, then the only solution for that is to them have Y components. Cross does not work in 2D. Oh. I need to brush up on my algebra. Anyway. Orange is what I need. And we can completely ignore Y in this case. But ideally we would allow it. So if this is a top-down view on the situation that is happening, and we are here, and we are moving into this, and we normal out this way, this is what I need, which is the third length of this triangle, which I feel like just doing the Pythagorean theorem is the wrong answer. I just need the direction. Dot gives me how perpendicular, or not. Let me just check. Of course, this isn't going to say it. The angle between them. Yes. That's not what I want, though. Yep. Basis. Vector space. Summation in n dimension vector space, 3 yada 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 yada. I feel like some of this could be left out. Like who's the audience for a vector can be pictured as an arrow and then also two Euclidean vectors? What is the audience here? Is it for people who don't know that vectors can be represented as arrows, or is it people who know what Euclidean is? Up, down, bad name will be horizontal for the inclined ramp and should be cross between first direction and hit normal. Which I think we are doing. First hit Gizmo position is the vector from where we are to where we hit, crossed with the normal of the hit position, which theoretically should be this. So if we visualize that, the unfortunate part is this also has to hit something to visualize. Let me write another gizmo here. So Gizmo's arrow, position 0, first hit Gizmo position. Direction will be let's do a vector at that position in a direction. Let's do red 400 just to visualize this. So this will be the up down vector, and let's just multiply it by like 10 to scale it, make it a little bit bigger. So that's the cross, which looks like it goes into the wall. And should be first hit position plus direction. Yes. It's the other thing that I always mix up with gizmos. So like this is this gonna work if I no. Let's do arrow keys. We had our camera, let's use it. This is ridiculous. Okay, so that looks reasonable, right? That is the upward direction. Feels weird. What am I using on the cross? Are you saying you need to vec3 to dir3? I think any vector would work actually right now. The thing that I want is I want to take this hit point. We have the normal from the hit point. I want to project the next shape cast down the plane of the normal that we hit, right? So if we visualize this using the Excalibur thing, right? This is where we are. Green is where we are. We theoretically move along black and hit this wall, the blue wall. And we have the hit normal, we have red, and I want to cast another shape in the orange direction. Character to hit point detection direction is cross normal. The character to hit point direction is cross normal. Character to hit point. I don't want the black line though. We have the vector that is the black line. We have the vector that's the red line. I want the orange. While running, no. Unfortunately. Unfortunately, my brain stopped working and I forgot how to do math. So I'm trying to figure out what combination of cross product I need. To make this go in a direction. Yeah, so up down is the character to hit point direction. The character to hit point direction. Yes. First hit Gizmo position. This is the world. Okay. No. I know what I'm doing. This is the world hit Gizmo position. So I need to be doing world hit Gizmo position minus position.0. And that gives me the vector that I need. That's why. Right? Yeah. Yes. And now that's up down. Okay. That was the issue there. Because I was saying I have the vector from where we are to where we need to be, and I didn't. I had the world position of where we were supposed to be, which is actually the vector from origin to there. So I was working with the wrong vector. Jeez, that took me long enough. Thank you everyone for the suggestions and doing doing that with me, because that was painful. Okay, so this is still our vertical, and then direction, normal and up down. That makes sense. So direction should be now direction. And if we make this bigger, I think the direction is in the wrong direction in terms of like positive, negative. And Hukasu was saying if I ran into that I should reverse them. Yes. There it is. There's our projection along the plane. Theoretically. You also want to normalize that cross product. This is not dealing with the velocity yet. When you say normalize the cross product, you mean because the magnitude of the vector is going to have an impact? We aren't doing the velocity translation yet. So I'm not taking segments of the initial velocity. This is just like anything within 100 meters will hit and then turn and face the other way, and anything in the next 100 meters will hit. So yes, thank you for the note. It's interesting that this allegedly hits those positions. Right, because the closer we get to this, the less it'll even do anything. Come on, where's the right place to... This should be projecting along that plane as we move up it. I feel like I need to make my controller significantly more, or significantly less sensitive. See, that plane is the one that I think that I care about. I can't point it in the right direction because it's so bad. But we have to do this a bunch of times. Hit and slide controller. I'm about to whack this controller as it is. There we go. That looks right. Right? So if we loop this, this should be able to go just around this completely because we aren't doing any velocity yet. So this should just take us around the whole thing, slowly colliding with each point if we do like a max collisions of like 5. So let me do that. Let's comment out this arrow. So I've been taking care of kids and then got them that. What's the end idea here? Are you building towards this in order to use this projection? You missed that. The goal here is a character controller. The thing that I am doing is forgetting how math works. The actual intent is that this would be the velocity, and this calculation will end up being used for a collide and slide implementation for the kinematic character controller. So for this example, if we had enough velocity to hit that wall, then we should hit that wall, reduce some of our velocity, and then move along the wall to the next position. And we should be able to do that in, let's say, 5 steps. So we should be able to like hit 5 things and continue, if there are 5 things to hit, and if the velocity is large enough to warrant 5 things to hit. So this is just the visualization of that calculation, which I was struggle busting with, if I'm being honest. So if we loop for everything, this is the first shape cast. And then here's where we use that information. So let's do for I in 0 ... max hits, which is just going to be like 5 or something. Because we haven't committed anything, I'm just going to run this down here. And the calculation that we are really going to want is this and above, I think. And I'm just going to comment all of this out just in case I mess up so badly that I need to go back to what I had before. So for I in 0 max hits, we have a what? Mute. Theoretically, we could map over this too, but I'm going to loop it. So our collider is always the same. Position is a vec3. Our rotation is always the same. Our desired direction changes. Which is a dir3. This is our starting value. And then we exclude the same entity every time. This is our whatever. We'll say this is the origin, right? And we'll use origin in all of these places. And then we had direction, which was the desired direction. So we'll take the desired direction and just make it direction. right? Which doesn't need to be .0 anymore because it's just the direction. So origin and direction, this, and then we get down to here. And we set direction and we set origin. And origin is first hit Gizmo position. And this doesn't work because it's not mutable? No. Because I renamed it. Because I right above this redeclared the variable. That's why. Because I'm a genius. And this needs to be the direction, so we will dir 3 from try from, I think. Try from new direction. And I'll just unwrap it for now, and if we crash, then I'll change it. Like that. If you do a cast along a wall, it might be a problem if it hits where it shouldn't due to numerical inaccuracy, so you might want to move away from the wall before doing the next cast. Yes, we will implement skin or offset or epsilon or whatever you want to call that. That will be a thing. Absolutely. I guess we could do that by moving in the normal direction a little bit if we wanted to. Just for the current case. Where did we panic? We panicked at 0 on 286, which is right here. 0. Because the character controller doesn't have one yet? Let's do let, is this going to be option or result? Just return if we don't have one, which is very viable. And theoretically, yeah, I think we run into that problem right away. They're basically all hitting in the same spot. If new direction is collinear with normal, bad things happen. When would that happen? I guess if I can't think of when that would happen. Look straight into the wall. Oh, yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. Can I get it to happen? Oh, actually, this is already working. So our skin is probably going to be useful at some point, but this is the... That's really funny. This is what, hitting the ghost edge. So hitting the wall, hitting the ghost edge on the right hand side, going all the way back to hit the wall, and then following forward. That's hilarious. We could move slightly off for the skin. I'm wondering why this doesn't work. This not working feels like a bug for sure. Right? This should just keep going. And I wonder if that's because it's hitting, let's do event dot value and get rid of that log. I'm like an hour over. It's fine. Let's see how many hits are running each time. This is getting all hits, so I feel like I have to assume that this is legitimately just repeatedly hitting itself. So in that case, if we're going to if we're going to implement a fake skin distance, right, that offset that we were talking about, then we do all these calculations and we move the normal, or we move the position in the direction of the normal. At what scale? You think 256? Let's do 256. Maybe that's not enough. We haven't looked at all what that number is, so. These collisions feel really weird. Yes. Maybe if I don't move my controller. Yeah, there we go. Move the camera over here. I feel like those are all hitting ghost collisions. Yeah, we're in that. I don't know how big the I don't know how big this is. But it doesn't feel like enough. Yeah, look at 1e -7, 5e -6, and -0.03. Can the floor be hit? Yes. The floor can be hit. That was an issue when we started, but I don't think that's our issue right now. It may still be an issue, but One thing we did do is this. We were talking earlier about how this transform was really weird. Like we expected it to be a number that it isn't. It's also really weird that this fails. I expect it to behave more like this. One thing that I would like to do, I think, is for I in max hits. Let's do red 400, yellow 400, blue 400, green 400, indigo 400. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 0 max hits. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that should be enough. We could also do a safety one here. What other colors are there? Let's do a safety one. For I in this, we have colors for our gizmos. That is Gizmo colors I. First hit Gizmo position. This will be the capsule. Everything else will be slate. So now we know, well, we don't know because I was, silly in the ordering that I used, but this is now all of the individual. Purple. We already have indigo. And I didn't do this in any reasonable order. So maybe we do Roy G. Biv. Because otherwise I don't know how I'm going to remember what order I chose. G. Biv. So red, orange, yellow, green, blue. So these feel like they're bouncing backwards, right? Like it feels like they're inverting. Do we think that's a visualization issue? Because if this inverts, I think that's true for all of them. Could be the cross. I did reverse it earlier. Maybe the reversion was the wrong thing to do. I'll think through this later and leave a comment to myself for the future, but no, I think that this was correct. This y-axis is wild. Oh, is the... Okay, so that is correct. Ugh. Come on. Let me do this. There we go. Let me do this just for the screenshot. This is the screenshot going out on Blue Sky later. That's it right there. Okay. So this is it. Red hits, goes to orange, goes to yellow, goes to green, goes to blue. And we have 5 iterations. So theoretically, if we were moving fast enough, this character would go all the way around. And this is the collide and slide that we need overall. I think that we see some very obvious opportunities for improvement here. in the sense that like this is the capsule hitting the bottom corner of the collider onto the corner of the cuboid, which sends it up and careening away, right? So maybe we have to get rid of our Y component. I don't know if we should have to get rid of our Y component. Like that's a valid thing to happen, I think, physically for the colliders. Like that math isn't wrong. Because if you hit that, you would want to like bounce up a little bit in that way. But yeah, in any case, this is doing the thing correctly. So we have something to build on next week. I'll probably start working on this in the meantime and start making this actual movement, because now we have all the calculations that we need to be doing. We have the shape casts, we have the iteration. Obviously, these all turn into very, how do I say this? Very much shorter shape casts. Like this is never going to be how far we're shape casting, but this is the behavior that we're looking for. So we are a whole hour over because I forgot how to math. But thanks everyone for hanging out, and thanks for the suggestions. And we'll get back on this again next week. And I'll probably work on it during the week as well. I have some scripting to do. So yeah. Something about Gizmos always rendering on top without any occlusion fools your brain into misreading the data they're representing. Yeah, that's fair. Have a good day, y'all. I'm going to go get some lunch because I need it at this point.